George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. A Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
First on The Fan, quarterback Geno Smith and the Raiders have agreed to a 2-year, $75 million contract extension. $66.5 million is going to be guaranteed, and if Smith hits all of his incentives, he can earn up to $85.5 million. The Arizona Cardinals reached a 4-year, $76 million contract extension with their tight end Trey McBride. $43 million of that contract is guaranteed, and this extension makes McBride the highest-paid tight end in NFL history, passing Travis Kelce. The Dallas Cowboys have agreed to trade a 2025 fifth-round pick to the New England Patriots for backup QB Joe Milton and a 2025 seventh-round pick. Milton is expected to back up QB Dak Prescott. Auburn star big man Janai Broome says he'll be ready to go by Saturday. He's going to have no limitations when the Tigers take on the Florida Gators. Broome did suffer an elbow injury Sunday against Michigan State. He had to go to the locker room for a few minutes until he returned back to the floor. He had a sleeve on his right elbow. Good thing for him. He shoots with his left. The Mariners, they're getting the day off as they travel south. They're headed to the Bay Area, taking on the Giants tomorrow. Early start for that game. First pitch is scheduled for 1:35. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Will Ortner from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The home of Primetime with Isaac.
Hey, what it do?
Ahoy!
What's up?
Gotta get this crappy Astros game off is what's about to happen.
Yeah, no kidding.
Dusty-
What are we going to watch?
I don't know, something other than Astros baseball.
I want to watch The Herd with Colin Cowherd, FS1. What did he talk about today? Was that on The Fan?
That was on The Fan.
Nice.
I listened to a little bit when I was on my way to the gym, and it was tomorrow's headlines today.
Diana Rossini's on there right now.
Okay.
Remember her?
I do remember her.
Didn't she come through Portland? Wasn't she?
It's possible.
Was she
But I'll tell you what, I couldn't pick her out of a line. If you told me that was Diana Rossini, I wouldn't know.
Oh.
It just kind of
I know her.
blends into the background.
I think she was in Portland.
It's
And I
possible.
want to say she was on Comcast Sportsnet.
Really?
Yeah, but I'm not that confident.
Trista Crick was.
Yeah.
I know that.
Rossini's from D.C. I don't know that she was ever over here.
Okay.
See, this is unfortunately what happens is a lot of the they just, I don't know, the kind of sideline reporter, national figures where you're not really sure what they do. They're just there and they're on a lot of different platforms.
I think she's an insider.
They just kind of blend together. What's she an insider for?
The NFL.
Okay, so she...
NFL.
Again, no one's certain. That's the most uncertain.
Yeah, no, she's NFL, but
NFL?
no, she's definitely NFL. I was just reading her. Is it Wikipedia?
Yeah.
You're not supposed to say wiki.
Well, WikiLeaks, Wikipedia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Two different things.
Yes.
Yeah. So this says she moved to sports after moving to Seattle as a reporter and anchor for CSN Northwest.
Oh, well, there you go. You were right.
I was right. Thank you.
Suck it, Will.
Yeah, Will.
How
Idiot.
dare I know her backstory not as well as you?
Right. That's right.
Yeah, again,
You've got a long way to go in this business.
Yeah, that's that youth cocky right there.
You got to
that
know where
just-
the NFL reporter started. If you don't know that,
What do you know?
what do you know?
Again, it all just blends together for me.
We had a lot of, Portland has had okay, so here's the thing in our business.
Okay.
Nobody from the East Coast wants to come out here.
No.
They think it's a joke.
Yes.
And whatever.
Mhm.
You can debate that over your drinks tonight. I don't know. But it's hard to get people from back east out west.
Agreed.
So if you listen up and down the West Coast, generally speaking, to sports stations out here,
Sports.
many of the people are local or West Coast people.
Yes.
It's like two different countries.
Well, and a lot of times the East Coast bros started out west, and then they migrate. They'll pull our talent from out here in the West. It's just West is willing to go East, East not willing to go West.
Yeah, Dusty's even saying that Diana Rossini did mid breaks on our show.
Really?
Yeah.
How do I not remember that at all?
Because I don't think it lasted very long. I think she cruised on her way. She was well on her way to ESPN.
she was rocket
This was
fired
beneath
up.
her.
Well, I think Jill Savage is now on Fox News and stuff. She's like the Will Kane.
We had a lot of
females.
We had stars on our show.
Yes.
Not you, not me.
No,
but
we are still here.
For the sports breaks we had when we were on CSN, we had Diana Rossini was one. We had what's her name? What's her name?
Well, I know normally what you say, but you can't say that, so you have to go with old what's her name. By the way, you're doing great.
Who was the one that was married to the Timbers goalie?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that Megan Angelo?
Nope. She's just married to a rich guy now. I know who you're talking about.
She was my favorite.
There was a...
It's on one of the old YouTube clips.
Yeah, there's a gal that was married to a very handsome goalie,
yes.
Whose name again?
Her name was Laura. I'm serious. It was Laura.
You're on your own here, man. Dickie Thon.
No, don't be. That's ridiculous.
Carney Lansford. Greg Jeffries.
She hosted that outdoor show.
Huh? She did.
Yeah. Laura.
Couldn't tell you who it is.
Do you have it?
I don't. I'm going to find it. Can I say what game you played with her?
What?
Oh, yeah. Did you give her the hot chicks quiz?
You gave her the hot chicks
we
quiz.
did.
You're not allowed to do that anymore.
No, that's bad.
That never happened, by the way.
It was that and the wheel of grab ass.
Yeah, that never happened.
What was her
I think you
name?
can still do the wheel of grab ass, but you can't do the hot chicks quiz anymore. That's a time gone by.
It was a different time.
Different time.
Laura Christie?
I do think it was Laura Christie.
Laura Christie.
Yes.
She was hot.
Yes.
Probably still is. Loved her. She was cool as hell, too.
And someone saying, didn't Jill Savage join up with Clay Travis? I do believe Jill does that. She's like on the Blaze with
She's on Outkick now.
Who's the wackadoo with the
Tommy Lauren?
The chalkboard. Cries a lot. That's crazy son of a bitch. Glenn Beck.
Yeah.
She does stuff with Glenn Beck.
Wow, really?
Yeah. Oh, Jill's deep into the
She's deep state.
Oh yeah, deep
That doesn't
state.
surprise me.
No, dude.
She's very conservative.
Full.
Little Iowa girl.
Full send. Yeah.
Okay, so we had her, and then we had who's the blonde? Lindsay McCormick.
Lindsay McCormick.
She was great.
And she went on to do some stuff with the SEC network down there.
Yeah,
and
I thought she might have been on NFL Network for a bit.
she might have. I mean, she was
Smoke show.
She was smoke show.
Fun too.
Fun. She was like Mark Sanchez, Kevin Love.
Yeah, she had. Yeah,
That dude from True Blood. Tell you what, she was popular. The big dude that ended up marrying
Jason or
no.
The guy who married Sofia Vergara.
Yeah, that guy. Yeah, she partied with him for a little bit. Like she was
man.
Yeah. She is high end. That's tippy top. And then we had
Sugar.
Yeah, we had Sugar. We had McCord, AJ McCord, who was never here.
Well, no, AJ wasn't on our show, was she?
Yeah, she was started on our show, and then I think she ended up doing a show with Dusty. I think AJ started doing the midday stuff
yeah?
And then she ended up with the Fan Man, even though she was never here.
Okay.
And now she's moved on to bigger and better things. Dude, that Dave Kamens, he knew what he was doing.
What a springboard show we are. We springboard hots to fame.
And then we just sit here. We
just continue. Yeah, we're just a conduit.
And every now and then you run into someone, they're like, and I always love are you still doing that? Yeah, still there.
Yeah.
How long has that been? 20 plus years. And you're like,
people are always amazed. They're like, oh, there's Laura Christie right there. Yeah, Laura Christie Cronin is her name. And it's author, realtor, jeweler, it says here.
Wow.
She's moved on to jewels.
Boy, I need to get more. I love when someone has that on their business card. I'm going to get more things. It's going to be like soldier of fortune, consumer of cold beverages. I'm just going to start randomly throwing out titles because really, this is all that I do.
Yeah.
And it's not that impressive.
You remember her?
I do remember her.
Yeah, she was a delightful
I love that
woman.
she's a jeweler now.
I found a PDX exposed, and Rob, you've got a very sick soul patch going on here.
Yeah, thank
yeah.
you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that was back in the day.
Swag's got a very sweet shirt. It's very
Well,
colorful.
Look, it was a long time ago.
We've been doing this 20 years.
Jamie Hudson, another one.
Yes.
Jamie Hudson.
Jamie Hudson.
I was just watching, I remember what channel, it might have been KATU, watching the morning news with my wife, and I said, hey, there's Jamie Hudson. She's like, who? I'm like, that's from CSN. She's like, oh. I said, Jamie Hudson is one of the nicest people, if not the nicest person
Yeah.
in our business.
Did Olsen
She
Dam
was
start here?
So sweet. I don't think Olsen
Jamie
Dam.
Hudson did, and I can't remember if Olsen Dam did or not. Again, there was a lot of that.
I thought Brooke came in from out of, like, she was from, like, Indiana. She came in from Indiana or something.
I don't know, man. Again,
See, we're all over this.
it's all I know is you've been here a long time.
Yeah.
I've been here a long time. Swag's been here a long time. That's what I know.
Yeah.
At one point, the fan had 3 employees. And for a long time, the fan had 3 employees. You, me, Swag.
And now look.
We were just, those were the days. Big staff meeting, boys. AKA, let's all go into the boss's office.
Yeah. Well, there's a recount of our illustrious TV history.
Not certain how we ended up there, but
It's funny how none of the hots were ever on our radio show. It was always on TV
Yeah.
because they look so hot.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, look,
They had to spice up our...
Yeah. There's a reason why the TV people are TV people.
Abby Chin, there's another one.
Yes, and she's out
You
in
remember
Boston
her?
now. I do remember Abby.
Abby Chin. Here's another one I just remembered. The assistant coach for the Blazers, Prunty's wife.
Yeah, Joe, is it Prunty?
Joe, I thought it was Prunty,
Is
but
it Prunty?
maybe
Prunty?
Prunty.
Yes, I know
His
you're talking about.
wife did.
His wife did stuff.
Was on our show, too.
Yes.
And she was great.
Yeah. Look, there's a
God.
reason why Adam Bjornson
We
is
should
a
be in the Hall
TV
of Fame.
star
Why?
and
Why?
not me. Like, look at Adam Bjornson. If you turn into your nightly news to hear your sports, do you want to look at Adam Bjornson or do you want to look at me? All right? There's a reason why.
We're piecing this together.
I just
Rust
found-
is in.
I found a video that says Isaac and Suk buffoonery.
Rust is in. He says Brooke did Softy's show up
Maybe-
in Seattle.
Maybe that's what I'm
I
thinking
think
of.
because he had the
Because
same.
he had
thing.
the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As
I
we
was
did.
going to say, I thought Olsendam did some stuff, but yeah, maybe that was up there. But it was all done through here. Like, at our studio.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, she was doing it
So
from our
I
studio.
think Brooke did it from our
but
studio.
it was for his show.
Yes. So I thought I remembered her coming in.
Bros, we got there.
Someone said
We got
Rob remembers all the hots.
Oh, hell yeah. I do.
Someone said I remember being at a club downtown and McCormick was partying with Cuban and Kevin Love.
Yep.
That is true.
I was there that night.
Well, and I believe that she did date Kevin Love for a
Yeah, she dated
period.
him. Cuban was in town for the playoffs.
Yes.
And we were with them earlier in that evening,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
I wasn't about to.
Yeah. McCormick had a great run. She dated Kevin Love, Mark Sanchez,
Yeah.
Eric Ainge,
Yeah.
and that Joe whatever, the handsome fella from True Blood and Magic Mike. I forget what his name is, but he's the best looking human being on the planet. And I'm like, damn, McCormick.
It was funny to watch Cubes try to get in that.
Yeah, well,
He didn't succeed.
no.
Cubes is a nice guy.
He got $1 billion, but McCormick came from money too, so
She didn't care.
She
She
didn't
wasn't
care.
having that.
no. I think her grandfather started STP Oil or something.
Yeah.
She came from big oil money. And it was always adorable because she didn't really realize how rich her family was. And then she would give it away with I remember once.
Well, the
'cause-
private jet wasn't working today.
Well, I remember she was talking about where she would go over the the weekend. And she would go to Miami and we're like, what? Because we thought she just was shocking development. The job didn't pay a whole lot. And so no one could figure out she lived in the Pearl and she would fly to Miami on the weekends. And then she pulled in a 7 Series BMW. And I was like, what do you do? She's like, what do you mean? And I'm like, dude, your car's $100,000. She's like, what? I'm like, you don't you're driving a $100,000 car. And she's like, oh, I don't know. And that's when we found out it was,
Daddy.
That stuff just was.
Yeah, Houston, right? She was from Houston.
She's from Houston. That stuff just kind of got
Big all money.
I did think it was kind of adorable, though, that she had no idea that her car was really nice.
She was very sweet.
Which also leads you to believe if she didn't realize that the 7 Series Beamer was really nice, what kind of cars was she used to riding around in? If that was not, in her opinion, a very, very nice car.
She was very sweet, but
Yes.
she was...
Naive to the world.
Yeah, very naive.
Well,
Yeah.
again, I just...
Cute as a button, though.
Yeah. Auburn grad, War Eagle.
There's one other one. Now, we didn't work with her, but she was sidelines for the Zers, your Zers.
Yeah.
And then she moved on, I think, to ESPN or TNT. Do you remember her? Not too long ago. And I don't remember her name.
Moved on.
Anyway, my point was nobody from back east wants to come out here.
No, that's how this all
It's
started.
kind of a wasteland of a media market for some people, even though, Portland's great. It's just, look, it's fallen on hard times in the last 5 years.
We don't
I
have
think
the best,
it was
the best
viewed
rep.
differently before,
Yes.
and now it's like, I'm not
We
going
used to
there.
be viewed as a nice little pocket up here, and
Yeah.
now it's more of a
And now it's like,
escape from LA sort of hellhole thing.
yeah.
Although I'm telling you,
So people,
it's getting better.
when people like the Hots
Yeah.
on their way up the ladder,
Yeah, they just stop
they
by.
just don't stay long.
No.
Okay. They'll
We're-
come here, but they won't stay long.
We're a rest area, and you know what? You need
That's
rest
right.
areas.
That's right.
You stop off, you go to the bathroom, and then
Rebecca Harlow,
Yes,
right there,
I do-
TNT.
yes.
Am I wrong?
No, I think you're right. God, I think that is correct. Why didn't Susie Colbert ever come through here?
Don't mess with me when it comes to the ladies.
I love me some Suze.
I found a sweet interview of you guys talking to fangirl Tyler. Suk,
Tyler?
you have a rolled up T-shirt to show off your arms.
Sure, why not?
Yeah, there's lots of old vids of us out there.
yeah.
We're old now. I mean,
Yeah.
we've been at this for a long time. Since before Will was born, really.
Yeah,
Not that long ago.
Yeah,
Pretty close.
close.
Yeah, 2001.
When Will was a
I'm
toddler.
97.
Yeah, 92. You were 4.
Yep.
Can you believe that? Will just toddling around is,
I remember ropping the mop.
Yeah, that was probably 2004, 3 and 4.
I remember listening
Ropping
to
the
it, like
mop.
getting ready to go to CCYF football games.
Gavin Dawson.
Yeah, Gavin's now a big deal down
Dallas.
in Dallas.
Yeah,
He's gone on to great things.
yeah. He's great.
Well, we sent away Travis Demers back to D.C. and he came back
And
and,
now
is now
look.
voice of the Blazers. And
It's not just the Hots.
no,
It's the uglies.
yeah, we have spent we have been a nice.
I'm just kidding.
We have been a nice launching pad for lots of people.
For everyone but ourselves.
Yeah, we
Isn't
stay
that great?
here. No, we don't go anywhere. Not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but you know what? You can do a lot worse than staying in your lane. 10-2 and right down the middle of the
Boy,
highway.
I tell you, Rebecca Harlow looks a lot different now. I haven't seen her in a while.
Yeah,
Very different.
good, bad, no.
Well, I mean, she
Just
looks
different.
great.
Okay.
She just looks different. I wouldn't recognize. She'd be one of those where you're like, wait, who is that? I recognize. Who is that?
Oh,
You can't
gosh,
put your
yeah.
finger on it.
Don't. She's
That's
definitely.
Rebecca Harlow.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Yeah. 100% different. In fact, I got a great photo of her with the iron furnace here. Oh yeah, she looks completely different.
Our friend, former fan, legend, Iron Furnace.
Iron furnace.
Man, what a history. All right. Shall we start our show?
Yeah, why not?
You guys want to start
What else are we doing?
talking sports?
Sports.
Beautiful day out there,
Yeah,
I think.
I think so. It's nice. It's not going to be quite as warm as we thought this weekend, but we're getting nice weather. I don't think we're not in the 70s from what I've seen. I think we're in the 60s, but sunny.
I've got a couple of little football things that we need to talk about. Headline writers.
Yeah,
I'm having a few problems.
I am too, and because I got a bone to pick. I got caught with one today, and it pissed me off.
Was it the tight end thing?
No, it wasn't the tight end one. This wasn't involving football, but I got caught with a headline over the seemingly a roster being gutted, and
It's not at all.
it's not at all. They had people graduate. That's not having your roster gutted. You can't lose 4 people to graduation. It's like Sweet 16 team roster is gutted. And I was like, oh crap. So I clicked on it to see what it was. 4 of them graduated and 1 of them entered the transfer portal. That's not being gutted. That's
What
called
team?
college. I don't even remember.
You don't even know what team?
I was so pissed off at it that I was just,
Yeah, they wasted 25 of your seconds.
yeah. Oh, it enraged me.
Yeah, let's talk about it, okay? We're going to start there. We're going to bitch.
Let's discuss.
We're going to bitch like old men. Coming up next on The Fan. All right, nice to have you along. It's Tuesday. I mean, it's not Tuesday. It's Thursday. It's 2 days after Tuesday. The sun is shining. People here feeling good. At least I think. We think.
We think.
You know?
I do know.
Will is here. Buck is still out at Bandon Dunes. By the way, I buried the lead today.
Oh, what's the lead?
I have news.
Talk to me, Goose.
And it is that Ryan Buckley has once again correctly predicted the first round leader of the PGA tournament this week.
Has he really?
He did it again.
Did he bet on it or did he
Yes.
just predict it?
Yes.
What is with now?
He's unbelievable at that.
And yet we didn't share it with the he didn't bring it to the
Well,
the
he's out on
airwaves?
vacation. He just texted me last night his list because he always does. And Keith Mitchell is leading in San Antonio at the Valero Open. He had Keith Mitchell.
Well, I'll be damned.
That's like the fourth time he's hit one of those this year.
And yet he only bets like $1 or $2.
It's unbelievable.
I know.
Well, this one he bet $2 to win 110. 110.
Really?
Yes.
Just think what would happen if he's willing to bet more than $2.
Well, he's hit a 55 to 1. That's
Yeah.
a 55 to 1. He's hit I think a 60 to 1.
Damn.
I think he had one that was 40 to 1.
Do we just start piggybacking off of the Ryan Buckley first round leaders?
Well, we've missed the boat.
I know.
He'll probably go 0 for this next 15, but
Freaking Buckley.
he's building his account.
Is this how he's going on all these vacations?
I think it is. I
First
told
round
him,
PGA leaders?
I said, dude, why do you need a day job? This is unbelievable. Like,
Well,
how do you pick the first round? That is so random.
That is so random. Well, I don't
You
know,
know?
if he does it. I think he just does a lot of research and then comes to like a consensus. I
he
don't know.
gets very sensitive about it, but I do try to knock him down a peg by saying, listen, was this your pick or are you tailing someone else?
Yeah.
Because those are two different things.
Those are.
If you actually research this and you were like, wow, I think Keith Mitchell's a really good play at 55 to 1, I'll give you all the credit in the world. But if you're just watching some bet show on ESPN and they say that, and like, yeah, I'll bet that, you're a loser. You're a degenerate.
But he's obviously, if that is what he's doing and he's riding someone else's coattails, it's a nice job. I mean, there's a lot of coattails out there, and picking the right one to ride, I mean, that's
4 times?
That's a skill unto itself.
I guess.
Well,
I don't
Ryan.
give him near as much credit. As
Go
you do.
Ryan Buckley. I mean, that is kind of impressive. Where are they playing? Where is this?
They're down in San Antonio.
The Valero?
The Valero. Next
the
week
Masters.
is the Masters.
Yeah.
Did you know that, Jace?
I did know that.
The Masters.
I'm not aware of the Valero because I don't care, but I will pay attention to the Masters and I will gamble on it.
All right, so we got to bitch like old men for a second, okay?
All right, what are we doing?
Well, we're talking about headline writers. You already forgot, but we were talking
that's
about,
right.
yeah. I have
They're
such
the
a
worst.
problem with them
Yes.
because they're just trying to get you to click in to a story, and it's usually fake news. Like, it's not even remotely accurate to what the story is.
We used to have Quick on, and even Quick used to get pissed at the headline writers because they would do a poor job of conveying what the story was about, or he would take blowback on a story he wrote because of the headline. So just remember, it's not the guy writing the story. And so that was, I said, I got fooled today. And it does happen where, like, the one today was Sweet 16 team gutted. And I was like, oh, okay, who's the latest? Because you hear these stories all the time now about how a team loses their top 8 players. But when you click on the story and find out that one person entered the transfer portal and 4 of them graduated, then that's not being gutted. But again, the headline, it made me click on it. So, I mean, I guess, good job, you son of a bitch. But it does suck. And now, unfortunately, especially in a lot of political stuff, the headlines are the only things that people read. And so you can have the most misleading headline known to man, and it just confirms what someone already has a preconceived notion of, and it's not even remotely true.
Yeah, I don't know that this is true. This is my philosophy on it, is that they've just cut. It's usually big companies,
Probably AI writing them now.
Yeah, or just like somebody who is just really green and doesn't really know what they're doing.
I wonder if there's honestly an algorithm now that you can look at and say people are more likely to click on this. It wouldn't shock me one bit if the first thing in journalism that goes AI is headlines. Because I mean, obviously, the idea of the more shocking the headline, the more people are going to click on it, the more divisive. It's why I've learned that any headline that reads something along the lines of coach or player gets killed, or people outraged over just don't click on the story because it's absolutely a load of crap. But those are the ones that, and like I said, either you've learned to do that from a person or a computer is generating it for you.
There's an algorithm, without pulling back the curtain too much, when I was doing some writing, there was an algorithm that they would do, because I always would write the headline that I thought they would put out. And after a little bit, they're like, yeah, your headlines suck.
Yeah.
We're going to use these headlines. And I can't remember if it was AI or if there was a person that had a formula that did it. But you could make the argument that it is working because it got you to click on it, whether it's a lie or not, and they just want the views.
It is working, but I think people would like it to be accurate.
Fair.
Yeah.
You know?
Don't disagree.
You can make it work, but also have it be factual. Like the one that caught me was Dan Lanning delivers strong message.
See, and that's what I'm saying. Anything that is in that realm, strong message or killed or outrage, there is nothing in that article that is worthwhile.
Do you know what he said?
What was his strong message?
Dan Lanning delivers strong message
To who?
to Oregon's quarterback recruits.
Oh.
Do you know what he said?
My guess is come here and you'll be good.
If you're a great quarterback and you come to the University of Oregon, you got a chance to have a lot of success. A chance to go perform in pro days, get drafted high, go have an opportunity to play in the NFL.
Boy, that is a strong message.
That was his strong message.
I feel it.
I read that and got viscerally mad that they've wasted 15 prime seconds of my life.
Yes.
Making me read that and go and now dismissing it.
Yeah.
Because I mean, why is that a strong? Doesn't every coach say that?
Dude, I'm telling you.
That's not strong.
If you just kind of read through it, you can figure out. The other one is shocks the sports world, stunned. There's just certain buzzwords that they use to get you to click, and when you read one of those, you don't need to click on the story.
Can I give you another one that is factually accurate?
What do you got?
But also drives me crazy because it's like every really good player that signs a new contract in the NFL is going to be the highest paid player at his position.
Yes.
And that's what they always lead with. It's always like, we have a new highest paid tight end. Well, yeah, because he just signed.
That is true.
It's like, it's factual, but it's also, okay, can we stop with that one? Oh my God, such highest paid. Whoa. No. Whatever Brock Bowers signs for, guess what? He's going to be the highest paid tight end in the NFL.
Resets the market. Well, and again, unfortunately, we live in a world now where headlines carry the day, and the headlines are more dishonest and misleading than ever, and that's all anyone pays attention to. At least in sports, whatever it's sports. The sad part is how many people take their political or like real life news based on headlines, especially if it's in your echo chamber, whether that's your far left, far right. All you need to do is read the headline and you're like, oh, I knew it. The Democrats are at it again. Or,
the Democrats,
oh, those sons of bitches,
I hate
the
those
Nazis.
Democrats. You know, I was watching Fox News the other night and they were telling me about J.D. Vance spreading some freedom seeds.
Freedom seeds.
All over the place. I was like, man, hell yeah. That's all I needed.
Made you feel empowered.
Pull out my flag.
You're like, yeah. Did you pull out your freedom seeds, did you?
Pulled out my freedom seeds, spread them all over.
Boy, there's nothing more uncomfortable than the idea of someone spreading their freedom seeds around.
Bullets. Guys.
Bullets. My buddy sent me a good photo. He lives out in the country, and so he takes his dog out in the morning. His dog is getting a little long in the tooth, and the coyotes are sniffing around the old man. So when he took his dog out for a walk this morning, his wife took a photo of him, and it's just he has no idea what's happening, but he's wearing flip-flops, he's carrying a thermos of coffee, and he's got an AR-15 that he's just wandering around. And I was like, yes. North County, yes. Freedom seeds, ready to go.
Do you want to know what's in those? What's in that AR? Freedom seeds.
Freedom seeds. Freedom from those damn coyotes. It's an unbelievable candid photo. I'm like, dude, that's going to be your new, when you call me now, that's your new profile pic.
I have breaking news.
This is
it about freedom?
News.
Well, I may have spoke too soon about Buckley's first-round leader win.
Not so fast.
He was getting cocky with me earlier today. I wasn't watching the tournament, didn't see it. Don't really care about the Texas
Are
swing.
you about to fake news me right now?
Well, I jumped the gun.
Oh my God.
Apparently, Sam Ryder is about to make a 14-inch putt, and if he makes it, which I'm guessing he will,
be my guess.
He will be 9 under and be the first-round leader, not
Dude.
Keith Mitchell.
Here, we just got done
Buckley
talking about
sucks.
dishonest headlines, and here you are, the noted newsman of this program, spreading fake news.
Yeah, I spread fake news, unless he misses the putt.
That's a good point. So now we have to just sit and wait?
Yeah.
Although 14 inches, I'm guessing that's going to be a make. What are the chances, like what is the odds of a PGA Tour player missing 14 inches?
I'm guessing, well, what are the odds? I mean, I'm sure somebody's missed one somewhere.
Yeah.
But I would say that if you're less than 500 putts, 0. I mean, if you took the sample size to be 1,000, maybe there's one.
All right, so let's
or 2.
I'm gonna say I'll bet you there's a stat somewhere on 1 foot putts. We're gonna we'll do 12 inches.
1-footers.
1-footers.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it would depend on how many 1-footers they're talking about.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, let's see what I can find.
It's going to be point something.
I'm interested.
Maybe 1%.
I'm interested.
All right. Finally, see, we got golf talk in there. That's how I do it. I get Suk interested in missed putts, and now he's looking at stats.
You've distracted me.
I had him at 14.
You've distracted me from your fake news.
All right. Coming up next. So we hate headline writers, and they should all be better than they are. Yeah. How about that?
I like it.
Okay. Good. Move over, Bill Belichick. We have a new all-time Super Bowl king. Here is Will.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Sports Center is brought to you by Vulcan Design and Construction. Check out their award-winning outdoor living designs or schedule your free design consultation at vulcandc.com. First on The Fan, former Seahawks quarterback Geno Smith and his new team, the Raiders, have agreed to a 2-year, $75 million contract extension. $66.5 million of that is guaranteed. The Arizona Cardinals reached a 4-year, $76 million contract extension with their tight end Trey McBride. $43 million of that is guaranteed, and this extension makes McBride the highest paid tight end in NFL history. Auburn star big man Jani Broom says he'll be ready to go Saturday with no limitations when the Tigers take on the Florida Gators. Broom suffered an elbow injury to his right arm on Sunday against Michigan State. The Mariners, they're getting the day off. They're traveling south to the Bay Area, taking on the Giants tomorrow. Early start for that game. First pitch is at 1:35. Couple games already finished. Boston was able to beat Baltimore in Baltimore. Red Sox won that game over the Orioles 8-4. Phillies, they were able to beat the Rockies 3-1. Kyle Schwarber went yabo in that game. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Will Ortner from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
More, please. Golf in the Northwest with Jason Swigart is back Saturday.
these things from like their stats are 1 to 3 feet, and then 4 feet, 5 feet, up to 10.
I have numbers if you want.
Oh yeah.
They are saying so less than 3 feet. They don't really have that.
It's 99+%.
Well, less than 3 feet. I mean, if you go 1 foot, they're saying it's 99.99.
Yes.
3 feet is the furthest out they go that measures, or the closest in they go that they measure, and they're at 99.4%.
Yes.
On 3-footers. So anything inside of that, I mean, it's auto. And I have this to report to you: Sam Ryder did make the 14-incher.
Oh, so Ryan Buckley is a moron.
Yes, he can't pick a first-round leader to save his life. So Sam Ryder. He birdied 6 of his last 7 holes to snake $110 out of Ryan Buckley's gambling account.
You know Buckley is well aware of what
pissed.
went down.
I just texted him. He's ghosting me right now.
By the way, 9 feet, the first distance where they hit less than 50% of the putts.
Yeah, the guy. So it's pretty crazy. If you look at the PGA Tour putting stat inside 10 feet, the guy that is number 1 on tour, and he's a guy you've never heard of. Do you care to guess on the season what percentage he's made inside 10 feet?
Well, I looked it up. Again, they said inside 10 feet, PGA Tour players hit 88% of putts from inside 10 feet.
Yeah, that's the average.
That's the average, which is insane.
Isn't that crazy? Like the lowest is 84.
Exactly. Like
inside 10 feet.
So I'm going to say inside he's the leader.
But a lot of those are really short putts. Let's remember.
I know, but inside 10, I mean, it's silly. I'm going to say he's hitting 96% of his putts.
He's at 91.95%.
Okay.
He has hit 274 out of 298 inside 10 feet, which to me is just amazing.
Yeah.
His name's Quade Cummins, which is a little uncomfortable.
It is a little uncomfortable.
Never heard of him.
Old Quade Cummins.
Doesn't sound like he's any good, but,
he can
boy,
putt.
can he putt inside 10 feet.
Yes, indeed.
He's getting it cleaned up for you.
And then watch it outside of he hits outside of 11 feet. And he's
just
nothing.
terrible.
Yeah.
And that would be why he's Quade Cummins.
It's like those dudes that can only shoot 3-pointers or only shoot free throws. There's a shooting coach that's online, and he works with several NBA players, and I think he played at Providence or something, but he doesn't miss. He'll hit 100 3-pointers in a row. It's
the coach?
Yeah. He's a younger guy. He played recently, and I forget what his name is, but I see his stuff online. It's insane. He does not miss.
How does he do that?
Well, he's an unbelievable shooter, but he can't make it in the NBA. And so either one of two things, either A, the rest of his game is absolute dog mess, or if you put someone on him, because he's not a big guy.
There's no one guarding
him. But
still 100 though?
It is, I'm telling you, I will send you his clips. They are you would sit there and be like, that's the greatest shooter on earth. And yet he can't and he never sniffed the NBA. So, but that one skill he had was just the silliest thing you've ever seen.
The thing that I think is amazing about people like that is obviously his body, the muscle memory of his body is otherworldly.
Yeah.
Because as we all know, when you try to hit a golf shot the same every time, you don't.
Yeah.
That's what those PGA Tour guys are so good at. It's pressure and all. They can put the same swing on a golf shot
every time.
Yep. Well, within reason.
Yeah.
But that guy 100 times in a row. Think about the muscle memory, to not once be off with your form, because that would be the only thing that would make him miss a shot, right?
Yes.
So it's the same every time.
Every time.
That's incredible.
And it doesn't matter where it's from.
And I don't think you can teach that. You can teach good form.
Yeah.
And people can continue to practice over and over and over, but it's like Steph Curry. You don't have what Steph Curry has, right? Steph Curry just has the muscle memory to do it close to the same every time, which is why he's so consistent.
Yeah, it's a God-given ability. It's, when you ask someone that's a really high level, whatever it is, right? You ask them, it's why a lot of guys that are really elite athletes aren't great coaches, because they can't explain how they do it. They just do it. The one that always gets me is if you've ever watched NFL or a really elite college receiver, their spatial awareness, the ability to go up and high point a ball and then come down and get both feet in bounds, you can't explain, how did you know to put your foot right there? And they're like, I don't know, I just do it. There is just some sort of innate ability they have. Like you said, it just, you can't teach it. It's either there or it's not there, which is why, those guys are, Steph Curry's the greatest shooter of all time. He works on his craft, but that's the old nature versus nurture thing. You could shoot 1,000,000 threes and you're not going to be Steph Curry.
I just wonder if that guy, your coach there,
Yeah.
could, if he plays golf, like if he
Yeah,
did the same thing with the
is
golf swing,
or is it just that one skill
it's
that
just
he
the
has?
one. Maybe he's got bionic elbows or something.
I don't know.
You can always keep that elbow tucked.
Yeah. Like an NBA reporter came out, and that's where I first saw it. An NBA reporter came out because, like, I guess people call BS. It's so ridiculous that people think that it's fake. And so he brought out like an NBA reporter, a sideline reporter. I forget who it was. Might have been like, I don't know. God, I wish I could remember who it was. I think it was Rachel Nichols, actually. Came out and she was like, I want to see you do this in person. And he's like, all right. And he did in front of her, and she's like, all right,
He's like Chad.
she's
Okay.
like, yeah, all right.
Okay.
And then she was like, all right, I believe. Yeah, because it's so ridiculous. People think it has to be fake. Remember those like Gatorade commercials where like Michael Vick would throw the ball 100 yards or whatever? They had those and they were fake. They were generated, but they looked real. So now everything you see, you're always skeptical
Fake news.
of. Yeah. You're like, is it?
Fake news.
Turns out it wasn't fake news.
All right. The next tease is about Bill Belichick no longer being the Super Bowl king.
Really?
Yeah. Did you know this?
No.
He has now not won the most Super Bowls.
Huh.
Can you believe that?
How is that?
How is that? Great question,
He's got
Sukanic.
8, right?
He's got
Yeah.
7.
Well, no, he won. Brady has 7. Belichick won 6 in New England, 2 with the Giants as the defensive coordinator. So he has 8.
I think this is as head coach.
Oh,
Head
okay.
coach.
Sorry.
Yeah, come on.
He has 8 Super Bowl rings. When he goes to recruit, he can break out 8 rings and be like, yeah.
You better not lose 3 fingers.
What?
We got to do some math. He loses 3 fingers. He's got 1 he can't.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
10 minus 3 is 7.
Well, yeah.
He's got 8 rings.
That's true.
He loses 3 fingers. What's he going to do with the 8th ring?
I got an idea.
Jordan wears it.
Who's Jordan?
That'd be the girlfriend.
Yeah.
Oh, I have a story about her too. Actually, 2 stories about her.
We're just the cup runneth over with Bill Belichick facts.
She's running North Carolina.
Yeah, like
Did you know this?
She has to be included on all email.
He said, copy her on all. We'll get to that coming up on the Fan.
Bill.
Belichick is no longer the Super Bowl king, and neither is Tom Brady. Well, Tom Brady still is, but he's now tied.
Oh.
Yeah.
So who has 7? Because technically Bill is the king if we're going total Super Bowl rings because he has 8. And as far as I know, no one has more than 8. But as a head coach or a starter, that would be different.
So Belichick, George Halas, and Curly Lambeau had the most championships in NFL history at 6 because we're just talking about head coaches.
Yeah, but those aren't Super Bowls. Those would just be championships.
Championships, correct. Because the championships do count.
Yeah.
Pre-NFL.
Sure.
Okay. So what happened was at the most recent meetings that the owners had, they voted to incorporate the old AAFC records to the official NFL record books.
Oh.
And so so that was the All-American Football Conference, and it was only from 1946 to 1949, and it was a direct competitor to the NFL. But the Cleveland Browns, the Baltimore Colts, and the San Francisco 49ers were in it. Mm-hmm. The Browns won all 4 championships. And so their quarterback, Otto Graham, has now tied, because they've now implemented these records into the book, Otto Graham has now tied Tom's braids for most championships by any player in NFL history.
I can't say I knew that. Otto Graham, 00, fan of the old jump pass.
And then the coach, Paul Brown, has now surpassed Bill Belichick for most championships won in NFL history with 7.
Well, I'll be damned.
Yeah, I'll be damned.
I had no idea. Now,
because Brown had 3 officially, and now he's got 4 more.
Allow me to...
You're going to take a dump all over this, aren't you?
There is no dump over anything, but I say the same thing like with Bill Russell and those old Celtics teams and the Montreal Canadiens. Canadians have 20-something Stanley Cups. How many... like, when the Celtics were winning, I believe there were like 12 teams in the NBA, and there was no free agency. So... look, I'm not saying winning championships was easy back then. You were the best of the best, but we have got to stop the idea that winning a title back then was the same as winning a title now. I honestly think one Super Bowl today is worth 3. What were the
AAFC?
How many teams?
That's a good question.
The AAFC?
Yeah.
I'm interested. I'm guessing there were 6 teams.
By the way, the 1948 Browns also went undefeated. So the 1970s.
So they were 6-0.
So they were 14-0. So the 1972 Dolphins have company now.
All right.
Technically.
All right. There's more teams than I thought.
Well, look at you.
There's more teams than I thought.
How many are in there?
I'm looking here. There was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Looks like 8, maybe.
Can you not count?
Well, because now I'm
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Now I'm confused because now there's another. This seems a little weird because that's the NFL, but now this is the AAFC. So they were putting them together, but they're not. Those are 2 separate entities.
Yeah, 2 different leagues.
Well, then did they?
The NFL didn't like them.
And so they didn't play. It was just the AAFC.
Yeah, they played separately.
Okay, then there was 8 teams, which again, you had the New York Yankees.
So you are going to poop all over it.
The Brooklyn Dodgers.
Really?
Yes.
The old Brooklyn Dodgers?
At Ebbets Field, by the way.
Really?
I think they played both. The Buffalo Bison, the Miami Seahawks,
cool.
San Francisco 49ers, the Los Angeles Dons, the Chicago Rockets, and the Cleveland Browns. So again, no offense to Paul Brown and the Cleveland Browns, but winning titles against the vicious competition of the Miami Seahawks and the Brooklyn Dodgers, I don't count that the same as Bill Belichick running through the 90s and the 2000s.
You know who does count it the same? The NFL.
Yeah. Well.
Bitch. So, in your face, Bill Belichick and Tom Brady.
So, Tom Brady has 7 as a player. Do you know who is second?
Are you counting AAFC?
No.
Why
I'm
not?
counting real championships.
Those I would like to state for the record.
Super
those
Bowls.
were real championships.
Super Bowls.
Who has the most? What are we asking?
There's only one other player that has 5. There's no one that has 6. Brady has 7, and the next guy has 5.
It's Haley.
Yeah, Charles Haley.
Yeah.
Charles Haley has 5. And then Bill's at 6. And then there is won with 4. And that's pretty easy. They were
4?
Yeah, 4. Reed's got 3. Gibbs has 3. Bill Walsh has 3. I mean, Bill's lapped everyone except for this dude. Easy. I mean,
Chuck Noll?
Yeah, Chuck Noll.
Yeah.
And he's got 4, obviously, from 74 through 79. So I'll give you that. Like in the NFL,
Paul Brown runs circles around those guys.
and the jump pass. I'm sorry, but if
Paul
you
Brown
played before
autogram.
face masks and you only had to play 8 teams.
Bro, they dominated 4 in a row. The league only existed for 4 years. They won all 4 championships.
Someone said, were brown people allowed to play on the Browns back then? My guess is probably not.
Not in the 40s. No. What are you, an idiot?
Didn't happen. I mean, Alabama didn't integrate until the 70s.
He got smacked by USC, too.
Yes, and that's what led to Alabama breaking the color barrier. I don't think it was O.J. Simpson. I think it was a different. It might have been like Charles White, but the USC team got on a train and went down to Alabama and beat the bejesus out of them. And then the next year they were like, maybe. And as someone pointed out, we walked on the moon before Alabama put a black player on their football team. So, this.
I wish Otto Graham was still kicking so he could go on First Take and say that Tom Brady couldn't survive in his era.
Yeah, that's the Steph Curry thing. Who was doing that? Who said Steph Curry would average like
Probably
17?
All of them.
Yeah, there was some dip-ass that was making the rounds claiming that Steph Curry wouldn't average 17 points in the 80s or whatever.
Really?
Stephen A. wasn't. I don't think Stephen A. copped to it, but he was saying he talked to a former Hall of Famer or former
maybe that's
player.
what it was.
Well, yeah, the old players. I mean,
They're ridiculous.
Yeah.
Some of them, not all of them.
Well, just the game is better. Players are better. They're more athletic.
Well, that's
you know, and there's better training modalities. But if you gave those old guys, if you gave a modern,
See, this is my
training
thing.
and all that,
This is why we need to be careful about poo-pooing old championships.
Yeah.
Of course, they're not the same because it was a different time.
Yeah.
All you can do is win against the competition of the time.
Yeah.
And with the rules of the time and with the, just the nature of man at the time.
Yeah.
That's all you can do. So I don't think it's any less to now. This is different, the AAFC, because it was a separate league.
Sure.
Right. So I don't know what the quality of that league was
with
versus
8 teams.
versus the NFL.
Yeah.
Although I have heard of Otto Graham and Paul Brown, and I know they're thought of quite
Absolutely.
highly.
They were innovative.
Right.
They were innovative figures of the game that we stand on their shoulders.
So it's not like at that time, it's not akin to like the NFL being like right now is so established, and then the UFL comes along, and then they win 4 championships.
Yeah.
But it's like, who would that even?
No, but all I'm saying is it bothers me when someone's like, Bill Russell's the greatest player of all time because he won, whatever it is, 16 championships. That's not an argument. It's not. You can say Bill Russell's the greatest winner of all time. You can say Bill Russell's one of the greatest players, whatever. Or if you want to bring up, anything other than championships. But when Bill Russell played, there were 8 teams in the NBA. 8. I'm sorry, but if you put...
Doesn't that mean the teams are better? Because now you got, 30? You got rosters with dudes who have no business playing in the NBA.
You can't say that winning a championship when you had to go through 7 other teams.
If you only had 8 teams right now, it would be the best league ever. Seriously, you weed out all the crappy players. Every team has a starting 5 of all-stars. It would be awesome. It's even better that Bill Russell won that many championships in an 8-team.
And I love Babe Ruth. But to say that Babe Ruth is the best player of all time, it rings hollow to me because he didn't have to play against black guys or Latino guys. It's or any international player. It's not. I struggle with that. I don't know why we can't have nuanced conversation and say that for his time, that was the best player. For his time, that was the best team. But the old heads that refuse to acknowledge that the game evolves and the game continues to progress and get better, you just end up sounding like Deacon Jones. He's like, a bunch of candy asses today. Back when we played, I played on a broken leg and I taped newspaper to my forearm and I would give someone a shiver with it. And you're like, that's cool, but Aaron Donald's better than you. He is.
That is kind of true, though.
I'm
They
sorry.
would tape like
Yes.
he'd tape a 2x4 to his arm and just go out there and start pummeling guys.
Dick Night Train Lane out there clotheslining people. That's when men were men and football was football. Cool, Dick, but you're not the best corner of all time. You ran like a 4.9. Yeah, it's not the same. So you might have a hard time covering Tyreek Hill today.
Is a 23-year-old hot running a major college football program? The answer is yes. Next on The Fan.
From the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
First on The Fan, big news in the NCAA tournament. Auburn star big man Janai Broome says he'll be ready to go on Saturday. No limitations for him when the Tigers take on the Florida Gators. Broome suffered an elbow injury Sunday against Michigan State. He had to go to the locker room and leave the court. He was able to return to the game, but he did have a sleeve on his right elbow. Good thing for the Tigers, Janai Broome is a lefty. Over in the MLB, the Mariners are getting the day off. They're traveling south to the Bay Area, taking on the Giants tomorrow. Early start for that game, first pitch scheduled for 1:35. Some games have already gone final in the MLB. Boston Red Sox were able to beat the Orioles in Baltimore 8-4. Kyle Schwarber went yabo for the Phillies. He had a solo shot. They won against the Rockies at home 3-1. Astros were able to hold on to their 5-2 victory over the Twins in Minnesota. Minnesota struggling on the year. One game in progress right now. It's the top of the first. Diamondbacks are taking on the Yankees in New York. That one is 0-0. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Will Ortner from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is your home for year-round on 1080 The Fan.
That's right. Here we are. Hope you're having a nice little day. I know we are.
Mm-hmm.
What's up?
Love those Thursday shows.
So I've got some Bill Belichick talk here.
Talk to me.
Well, it's actually not Bill Belichick talk. It's Jordan Hudson talk.
Yeah. Bill's new watery tart, if you will.
That's slightly uncomfortable.
Why?
Watery tart?
Yeah, he caught her. She was a mermaid. Don't you remember that?
That's not how they met.
That's how they met.
She's from the sea?
Bill was out there in some Long John Silver leggings, and he threw his reel out there, and he caught a mermaid, which is the most awkward photo I've ever seen in my entire life.
Well, just recently they were on TMZ because he was doing yoga on the beach or whatever, and she put the photos on her, whatever her account is, Insta or whatever.
Sure.
And have you seen this?
No, I'm going there right now.
It's a great photo.
Oh, he's doing the airplane.
She is on his feet.
Yeah. I used to do that with my kids.
Right.
But apparently now this is a...
So his feet are on each of her hips, and she is doing the... she's quite bendy.
Bill.
She's doing the airplane.
Hey, Bill's living his best life out there.
He sure is. Let me tell you something about Jordan Hudson. Okay, so the word on the street is she is his de facto agent.
Mm-hmm.
And I will say she's doing a hell of a job because Belichick, think about what you used to think of Belichick.
Yeah.
You know, when he was coach
Just
of the
old
Patriots.
curmudgeon.
Yeah, just like, oh my God, this guy has no personality. He's the worst. He's on like NFL Network or doing NFL Game Day or whatever.
He went on different stuff. He was on the Manning cast
He's
for
been
a while.
on Pat McAfee a bunch.
Yeah.
He's kind of showing his personality, and he's doing weird stuff on the beach with his
Your
50
face, my
year.
face, Insta face.
He's got a girlfriend that's 50 years younger than him.
Yeah, he's 72 and she's 20, whatever.
And it's going well for him. Like, she's doing a good job. He should pay her more.
The best is when he put out that yoga pose photo. Mia Kimes chimed in with, my 18-month-old loves this game. We call it the airplane. Bill doesn't care. Bill knows what's up.
Yeah, he doesn't care.
No, I mean, that photo of them at the NFL awards, my goodness.
So the latest on Jordan is that apparently, so there was a Freedom of Information Act request that revealed what Bill Belichick wrote in an email to one of the North Carolina staffers.
Yeah.
And it was, please copy Jordan on all my emails. So she is now And they're saying it's just for like interview requests and stuff.
Yeah.
She's his agent.
Yeah.
She handles all of his affairs.
I bet she does handle his affairs.
Outside
she handles it very well.
She handles his freedom seeds.
Probably two-handed. I mean, look, I'll bet you if you're inside the North Carolina building, I'm willing to guess that people hate her so very much. This is like the equivalent of like if you're working for a company and the boss's bratty kid is like your boss and you're like, oh my God, why do I have to include this person? And yet, like with Bill, please include Jordan on all these. Because I'm sure she's of the utmost importance to that North Carolina program, Bill. She's the secret to their recruiting success.
Yeah, this says one email that the Assembly reporter Matt Hartman shared on social media showed a request that Belichick sent to Senior Associate Athletic Director for External Affairs and Strategic Communications. My God.
Yeah.
Robbie Pickerel Evans. The email appeared to be regarding football social media posts. As per the subject line, Robbie, thank you for the email. I'm including Jordan on this email so she can also keep up with our postings. Can you include her on anything you send to me? Thank you, BB.
We got to make sure that she's on top of it. Can't have any North Carolina business going on without Jordan being involved.
Well, she is 50 years younger than he is.
Yeah.
I'm sure she knows a thing or two about social media.
Well, maybe one of those things too, like when Bill's having to take his 3 daily naps, maybe Jordan's around if there's breaking business that needs to be conducted. Hey, Bill's taking a nap right now. Call Jordan. She'll take care of it.
I think it's great. I think she's great for him. I love it. I'm
they
pro.
meet on an airplane and she was doing homework?
Yeah, right next to him.
He helped her with his or her philosophy homework.
Yeah.
And then signed an autograph on her book.
I love it. I wonder what Bill's kids think. What old Steve Belichick thinks about that. It's like one of those, the Bill and Ted. You're like, hey, remember when I asked your new stepmom out to prom? Shut up, man. Oh, Bill. Bill.
In one humorous email, a concerned alum sent a link to an article from the Babylon Bee, a satirical news site, asking whether a headline about Belichick accepting the job on the condition he could live in his girlfriend's dorm was real. They can't think this is real, right? One UNC staffer wrote to another about the inquiry. Oh, my God.
Look, I'll tell you this right now. We were talking about headlines earlier, and you got to be careful. I don't know if there's a headline you could write about Bill and Jordan that I wouldn't at least have a brief moment of being like,
I'm in.
Is it?
Oh, like fake, you mean?
Like no matter how outrageous the headline, there's part of me that'd be like, that could be true. Like you couldn't make one ridiculous enough to believe that 100% that I'd be like, that's fake. At this point, just anything goes. Bill.
She's resurrected his outside of football. Not resurrected. She has created an outside of football profile for him, and it's great.
Yes. I just would love to know when she saw him on the airplane, like, what's the first thought? How deep can I get in this? What an opportunity for, just the idea that she looked at him and went, yep, we're doing this. She
just looked at his wallet.
It's just wonderful.
What an opportunity.
It is a great opportunity. And she is taking the utmost advantage of it. She will never again have to worry about what she's doing with her life and career. She is set for life based on the 12 months or whatever that she's been with Bill.
Are they married?
No.
Okay. Because somebody texted in a good point. Like, Bill's kids got to be worried about her getting her mitts on their inheritance. You know?
Oh, yeah.
But they're not married.
They're not married.
So,
although, you believe me, at this point, she's working on it.
Oh, she's trying.
Yeah.
Probably be in an email.
I guess it would be my mom's dad. So it was my grandfather on that side, and it was his wife that had made all the money, and they weren't like loaded, but they had some money. They had a couple $1,000,000. She owned a boat store. And she died before him, and her one dying wish was, don't remarry and give my stuff to anyone. She's like, I built this up, and it goes to our kids. And they both had cancer, right? My two grandparents had cancer. So my grandma dies first. And 6 months later, my grandfather marries a gal that he had known for like 2 weeks. Like
Just takes a giant dump on her last wish.
Meets him on like a Mormon website, like a dating website. She's from like Ecuador. So he marries her. And they were only married for like less than a year because he died shortly thereafter because he had cancer too. And he ended up trying, like on his deathbed, I guess his final thing was he was trying to sign over everything he owned to her. And I guess he didn't get around to notarizing everything. So she got like only 60 something % of it. And she tried to fight and take it all because she was like, this was his dying wish.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
How could he do that to your grandma?
He was a horrid human being.
Well, clearly.
But I would like to believe if there is any justice in the next life, I'd like to believe that one Burrito was waiting for him on the other side.
Hell
like,
yeah.
Really? Really, Eldon? This is what we did? So, yeah, it's a thing. And the Belichick family's like these.
They're worried.
Yeah.
You got to talk to lawyers.
Look, all I know is this. Once you get Bill to agree to the mermaid thing, at that point, anything's on the table. I'm guessing she can convince Bill to do just about anything.
So
right now.
You think Bill has a trust? I mean, he's pretty old.
I would assume
he probably does.
I would assume that stuff is taken care of. But
just add her in there.
Yeah. All it takes
Toss her in there.
All it takes is a quick couple signatures,
Couple ciggies,
little notarization, and boom. Well, I contend the Anna Nicole Smith thing. She should have gotten everything.
From who?
Remember that? You remember
the old guy?
Yeah, that was it Marshall or whatever? Some Marshall.
Why should she have gotten everything?
Because she was forced to touch that man for like a year, and she earned every penny. That photo of him in the wheelchair with Anna Nicole Smith on his lap, that's the greatest love story of all time.
You think that's hard, though? That's not hard.
I think it is.
He's almost dead.
Well, it may not be hard, but I think it's hard to do.
You know what I mean.
I'm sorry. You imagine having to deal with that on a night like that's
not many freedom seeds in that gun.
No. All I'm saying is she earned some money. But her kids, or the kids sued, and I don't think she got anything.
Well, there was another guy involved in that too, wasn't there? There was
yeah, because I think she had another guy.
Her hanger-on guy. Yeah. He's still around, I think. He's probably still trying to get in somebody's wallet.
I'm just fascinated by these sorts of what do they call May December quote romances. Oh yeah, I fell in love with his wit and charm. I couldn't say no to the wit of Bill Belichick. It was too much to handle.
I would know nothing about this because I have nothing. But
yeah, nor do I. The vast Buchanan fortune is not persuading 22-year-old hots.
But I just can't imagine the plight of being so rich. As everyone, and I mean everyone, is trying to get in your wallet.
Everything, yes.
I mean, if you have any modicum of money, someone is trying to get at it,
yes.
Whether sinister or not.
On the plus side, when you're a male, the people that are trying to get into your wallet, at least they look like Jordan Hudson.
Right.
Yeah.
And she is a hot.
She is a hot.
But I still contend she's doing great things for him. This is working.
I bet she is doing great things.
It's going great. All right, let's get to some college basketball stuff next on The Fan.
Check
the Final Four, I think.
Yeah.
Coming up here at some point.
You are correct.
I think it's on Saturday.
You, once again, your sports brain, man.
Yep, it's on
unbelievable.
Saturday.
Yeah.
It's going to be nice out, though. Are we going to be golfing instead?
I know, it's a little weird.
What are we going to do?
I don't know.
Watch it outside?
Yeah, the BTJ is trying to get me to go on a hike and or bike ride, so but we're going to just bike to a place that has a TV.
Okay.
Plop myself down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course, you can always watch them later.
I don't like to do that.
You know?
Nah, it kind of bothers me. I'll do it sometimes with football games, like with if we're doing a detailed breakdown of something or whatever. I mean, I guess I can do that, but something like the Final Four, I don't know. There's something about watching it live. I don't like TiVo and stuff and going back if I can help it.
Well, we've got 2 games because there's only 4 teams left.
Interesting.
Auburn, Florida.
Be awkward if there was more than that.
I think that's first.
Best of 3.
And then Duke, Houston.
Yes.
Vegas Insider had the fan poll from the Final Four of the most annoying mascot in all of college basketball.
Oh.
It's a fan poll.
It's a fan poll.
Yeah.
I don't know what. I'm just trying to think of like the. So we're not just the school is the Cougars. There's
Right.
actual a stuffed fuzzy cougar that's running around.
Or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, remember the old Stanford tree?
Yeah, the Stanford tree. He was always doing bits.
Was it the Red Hawk that would always would always flap his, or was it the Temple Owl that would always flap his wings?
Yeah, the Temple Owl. I know Duke
like
has
constantly.
I know Duke has one. I would think the Notre Dame Leprechaun I always think is kind of douchey. You know, because it's just a dude running around in a costume, and it's not really even a little fella.
10.4% of NCAA basketball fans voted for the Blue Devil.
Really?
Of Duke.
Now
Brutus Buckeye finished second.
Is it possible that we just hate Duke?
Yes.
You know,
I think that's exactly why that won.
I don't remember anything that the Blue Devil has actually done that's annoying.
Well, do you remember anything that any mascot has done that's annoying? I mean, they're all kind of the same, are they not? Like the Oregon Duck is on this list,
I
not
thought
hated.
People loved the Duck.
They do. There's a separate category, sexiest NCAA basketball mascot. Sexiest.
I find that a bit disturbing.
The Blue Devil won that again.
So the Devil is sexy.
Yeah, the Blue Devil.
The Blue Devil. By the way,
5%.
what exactly is a Blue Devil?
I have no idea.
No?
None.
Because it's...
Other than it's the devil, but blue.
Yeah. I just don't know exactly if the Blue Devil had a... like the New Jersey Devil? Like that's an old... That's a legend. Does North Carolina have the legend of a tobacco Blue Devil? I don't know.
Yeah, the Oregon Duck finished as the 3rd sexiest mascot. And the Oregon Duck is sexy. Second being Aubie the Tiger.
Is it because he doesn't wear pants?
That's part of it.
He's out there Donald Ducking it the entire time?
Handsome duck.
Interesting. The duck has kind of become like a cultural phenomenon. Like of the mascots, I would say the duck has, I think the duck might have the most high profile of any collegiate mascot. People love the duck.
Now, what basketball school do you think was voted second on the which NCAA team do you not want to see win list? Now, of course, Duke is number 1.
Yeah, Duke's
Everyone hates Duke. Duke is at 17% of the vote there. Second place is a school at 9%.
Is it a blue blood?
In basketball?
Yeah.
Not
really.
Really. But they're it's major program.
So who doesn't, are we going like an Ohio State sort of thing?
Alabama.
Oh.
Which I find odd. Maybe that's just the football.
I think it's just the that's why I kind of went with Ohio State.
See, I would have thought Kentucky would finish second.
Yeah, I was when you said that's why I asked for the blue blood. I was thinking Kentucky myself, but the Ohio State logic was maybe you don't want Ohio State to win because they already are a bunch of insufferable nitwits, and because they already won football, if they win basketball, oh my God. And they didn't make the tournament, but I guess I was just thinking, you would never want a team to win both because then you have ultimate bragging rights over everybody. And Ohio State's already insufferable with the whole Ohio State.
Well, remember with Alabama too, they had that murder from 2 years ago that Nate Oates absolutely butchered.
Oh, yeah.
So there's a bunch of people that can be remembering that.
I can see that.
I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Was that Nate Oates?
Yeah,
That
that
was
was
Nate
Nate Oates, and he butchered it. Like,
Yeah.
remember, he was like, well, we don't know. Wasn't actually on
It
our
was
team.
after 9/11, and there was, my brother-in-law. Look, I can't be responsible for who's shooting who, and it's fine. Brandon Miller's like, he had like the worst tournament ever. Turns out that all that stuff did weigh on him just a bit.
Is he any good in the NBA?
Yeah, he's all right. He just plays in Charlotte, and
No one.
dude, if you go to Charlotte, it's just that is a death sentence. If you want to go somewhere and have no one pay attention to you, go to Charlotte or go to Washington, because it will just ruin you. But no, he's fine. That's that whole Scoot Miller debate. Yeah, Miller won that.
Gonzaga also on the list of NCAA teams people don't want to see win.
Oh,
They finished 9th.
that makes sense.
Does it?
Yeah,
I thought they were still kind of beloved
no,
out there.
no.
People hate Gonzaga, huh?
Yeah, people hate Gonzaga. Well, it's the same thing as Duke. It's a little bit of the holier than thou sort of thing. And if you're the little guy, we love the little guy for a while, and then we get annoyed with you. Boise State's got this. People hate Boise now. No, it's just
Really?
there's only so much Rudy people can tolerate, and then they get all pissy about it.
Coming up later in our show, we will talk about the dark money behind Duke basketball.
Oh, I knew.
Yeah.
Wait, I can't
Dark
root
money.
against Duke because I have good money on Duke to win these next two games.
Yeah. Well, there's dark money behind the program. I hope you feel good about yourself betting on that.
Hey, as long as we win, I'm fine.
Okay. Look at you.
You can't root for Con Knipple, though.
4th best player in the Final Four, according to a list I saw today.
Con Knipple?
They put him 4th. I was floored. And I know he's good, but come on. Really? 4th best player in this Final Four?
Blazers would be lucky to have him.
Number 1 was Cooper Flagg. Did you know that?
Yes.
You know who he is?
I am aware. The
Best player in the Final
be
Four.
the kid at Florida, the guard.
Clayton was number 3.
And then Broom, the kid at Auburn.
Broom was number 2.
And then Knipple?
And Knipple was 4th. Yeah.
That's how good he is.
That's how good he is.
Wait till you see Cager.
Yeah, wait till you see Cash.
Wait till Knipple gets to the NBA and then can't do anything because he's slow. Stands out there at the 3-point line.
All right, the Hot 5 at 5 is next. We get tight food pants around here over the James Beard Awards.
Yes, we do.
So I have the finalists.
Yeah, we got 4 of them right here in
There were
in
several.
Oregon?
Yeah. That's next. Here's Will.
Jump back to earlier parts of your favorite fan shows on the Odyssey app. Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
First on The Fan, quarterback Geno Smith and the Raiders have agreed to a 2-year, $75 million contract extension. $66.5 million of that is guaranteed. If Smith is able to hit all of his incentives, he could end up earning $85.5 million. The Dallas Cowboys have agreed to trade a 2025 fifth-round pick to the New England Patriots for backup QB Joe Milton and a 2025 seventh-round pick. Milton is expected to back up QB Dak Prescott. Over in the MLB, one game in action right now. Stop me if you've heard this before. Aaron Judge has homered in the first inning of the game. Right now, the Yankees are up 4-0 over the Diamondbacks. Judge has 5 home runs on the season. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Will Ortner from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
is April 3, 2025. It is time now for In the News. I am your noted newsman, bros. How's everybody doing?
Doing,
Bro.
How you doing, bro?
Bro.
Remember when Neil Olshey broed me? Bro.
Bro.
oh, Neil.
Bro.
Bro.
What do you suppose he's doing right now?
Probably being rich, hanging out in Laco. I think his kid's still
Is he
good.
still here?
I think so. I think he's waiting
Bro.
till his kids graduate.
Boy, that's a low profile, isn't it?
Yeah. Every now and then I hear from someone that says, "Hey, I ran into Neil," and it's usually somewhere out there. He's probably out there bitching and moaning about the peasants being allowed on the lake now,
Right.
something like
That's
that.
his new cause.
Yeah.
Bro.
It's not breaking news, dude.
It's brought to you by the Advocates, injury attorneys at advocateslaw.com. It is don't go to work unless it's fun day.
Oh.
So I'm out of here.
I would say in the terms of fun, I think our profession's fun. It's better than most. Does anyone have fun at their job?
It is also National Burrito Day.
Love a good burrito.
You know, there are actually some really good deals on burritos right now because of Burrito Day.
Oh.
Did you know that?
You can go to Chipa Latte or whatever and get like a BOGO sort of thing.
Well, Cheapo Latte has the Burrito Vault game, which launched last year. And
Is that where you find out if you get a coli from eating there?
you can go to unlockburritoday.com and play a code-breaking game. And the first person to solve the code each hour wins burritos for a year.
Oh.
But they cap it at 2,500.
I see. I'll just tell you right now, I'm not breaking a code to get burritos. I'm good.
Qdoba is offering a BOGO burrito or bowl deal for rewards members who purchase an entree and a drink
Okay.
today.
See, again, I got to sign up for a stupid app.
Taco Smell is offering rewards members a burrito for $2 with a minimum purchase of $15 on April 3rd. What?
$15 worth of Taco Bell?
Yeah, but you get $2.
But I got to spend $15.
That's
Right.
not that hard anymore.
Taco Bell's expensive too.
They're all expensive, dude. Just make a burrito at home, like I did.
Baja Fresh. This is all the way till April 6th.
Oh my gosh.
Beginning today, they're offering a BOGO burrito deal for online orders.
Burrito got your tongue.
To redeem, customers must enter the code BURRITO at checkout and be a Club Baja Rewards member.
See, this is why, like, fast food is one you shouldn't be eating. It's terrible for you. But I get it. It's delicious. You're drunk. You're stoned. Whatever. It's late at night. But the freaking app stuff, I'm not downloading your app so that I can order a burrito. And yet it's so much cheaper if you do. And I would rather, the moment you hit me with I need to order to get that deal on my phone, cool, I'm going somewhere else. Not dealing with that.
Did you know 7-Eleven has $5 burritos today?
$5? Wait,
Yeah.
so that's now a deal?
That's cheaper, yeah.
So that you're telling me the 7-Eleven burrito
Yes.
that probably got made sometime last, November, and is sitting there under its weird heat lamp, like a dried out lizard. That burrito is more than $5 on a regular basis?
So it says.
Get the F out of town.
Do you like Del Taco?
I hate to admit it, but the chicken soft taco at Del Taco, I don't know what that sauce is made of, but I think it comes from Jesus. I believe that is secret Jesus sauce. That's how good that is.
They are offering
White and creamy, by the way.
Del Taco is offering a free burrito with any purchase made on April 3rd.
So any purchase, I can go and
Yeah,
buy.
you can go buy anything at Del Taco.
You want.
They're going to give you a free.
All right, well, that's a good deal.
It's simple.
That's simple.
Very
the
simple.
rest of that crap, $15 to get a $2 burrito, dude, get out of here, Taco Bell.
How much would you pay to not eat a shrimp fajita burrito from 7-Eleven?
I will give you $10 right now
To not eat it.
not eat one.
Yeah.
If the let's see what I have on me, because if you put a shrimp fajita burrito in front of me right now and said that I have to eat that, or give you,
Ooh, he's whipping out cash, guys.
I've got
rich.
$42 on me.
Whoa!
I do believe that I would give you $42 if I didn't have to eat a shrimp fajita burrito from Taco Bell.
That's
Nope,
ridiculous.
7-Eleven.
7-Eleven, yeah,
Not
7-Eleven.
Taco Smell.
Yes. 7-Eleven, a shrimp fajita burrito, go at it. I'm not eating that.
You're paying to not eat it. Just don't eat it.
No, I asked.
You're missing.
how,
You're missing. Way to stay with the.
No,
program,
I'm
though.
staying with
Is he
the
the new
program.
Buck?
I'm
It's possible.
I'm
Sweet-
staying with the
sweet
program.
backwards Hooters hat.
I
You're
have
doing great.
I have money in my wallet. I would just eat it. Is what
Oh,
I'm
you're
saying.
okay. So no
I'm
amount
with.
of money.
Yeah, that's right.
You would pay no amount of money. See,
Apologize.
I'd pay a little money to not eat a shrimp fajita burrito from
Just eat it.
7-Eleven. Not shrimp, dude. No.
Just
From
eat it.
7-Eleven?
No, I'm good.
Gross.
The burrito is more expensive than their pizza slices.
No, Well, I get it. You're young, but you're eating the same dinner that a homeless man is eating. So
I'm not eating it.
Should
I'm
prob-
just saying if I have to, I would.
I just draw the line. If my dinner or snack is going to be the same as the person that takes a dump out on the sidewalk and then goes and smokes meth, maybe I need to reevaluate my life choices. So no, I am not eating the 7-Eleven shrimp fajita burrito. Because I don't know where that shrimp comes from, but I promise you that's not the catch of the day.
I don't even want to think about it.
It's market price.
6 Oregon restaurants, bakeries, bars, and chefs have been named finalists for the 2025 James Beard Awards.
Wait, is the 7-Eleven, are they nominated as well?
No.
For their shrimp fajita burrito?
Here's what we have for you. Oregon's James Beard finalists, Outstanding Restaurant, Coqueen. Is that how you pronounce that?
I've never been there. The
I haven't
BTJ
either.
has, though, and she swears by it. She says that place is great.
I've heard it's wonderful.
Yes.
Outstanding Bakery, Jinju Patisserie. Never been.
Now, again, the BTJ is a big-time foodie, and I don't mean to poo-poo on that place, but I've had some of their baked goods.
It's a chocolatier. Just okay?
Ah,
Okay.
but
There's
I'm not,
a review
I don't have the world's best sweet tooth,
from Big Souk.
but I'm told that I'm uncultured swine, so maybe it is. It's
So
delightful.
it must be good.
It's possible. They just got that when they brought it home, and I was told that this was like the greatest bakery in the world, and then I had it. I was like,
Outstanding Bar, Scotch Lodge. You been there? Yeah, you and I.
we went there.
we went there a
I think
couple
we went there with the Advocates. Did we not?
Yeah, we did. We had drinks with the Advocates at the
Yes.
Scotch Lodge.
Yeah. That's kind of a cool. It's got a cool vibe down there.
No, that's nice.
Yeah.
Very nice. Good cocktails.
Yep.
Best Chef, Northwest and Pacific Region. You have Joshua Dorsack of Moss and Ashland.
No idea.
No idea. Either Ryan Roadhouse of
That's-
Noto Guro
That's made up.
in Portland.
Ryan Roadhouse.
Yeah.
My God, that strikes fear into me right there. Who you fighting this weekend? Ryan Roadhouse. Mao.
Wait, you have to have tickets to eat there?
Really?
Yeah, go to their website. I'm confused already. What else? What else here? And then the last chef nominated for a James Beard, Timothy Wastel of Antica Terra in Amity. Antica Terra.
No.
Antica Terra.
I've tried the bakery goods and the Scotch Lounge. Yeah, that's it.
And you have to be a member to get into the... What is going on with these restaurant websites?
Oh, you got to be
the
exclusive.
hell?
Again, this is my point. This is my pushback against the food industry, fast food or not. I shouldn't have to download something or join something to go in and eat at your place. And if that's what it requires, I'm going to go next door. Even if next door is less than, I will eat the shrimp fajita burrito. I will go lesser than.
This is Con Knipple all over again. You can't flip-flop and jump from side to side. You said you'd pay money to not eat it. I said I'd eat it.
Well, you also eat steak from the Dollar Tree.
I did. I don't anymore. I did. I don't anymore.
Bill's over there making
I've graduated.
dishwasher steaks, so we're good.
Graduated. Disagree.
So hopefully they win, because we get very excited over our James Beard Award winners out here.
Well, Khan,
Very big thing.
Khan won a couple
Yeah.
years ago, right? And
I think he's won so many times that
yeah.
I mean, they can't even give him any more awards.
I know when you go to Ox, they've got the James Beard Award up on the wall. That's like the, I don't know, that's like our, is it Michelin star? Do we have Michelin stars here?
I don't think so.
So, it's like the closest thing we come out here to the Michelin star restaurant.
Just want to double check that. Yeah, we do not have any restaurants with Michelin stars.
Okay. But we do have some James Beard Award winners.
Oh, they don't include Portland in its. The Michelin guide does not include Portland
What the hell,
in
man?
its geographical area for ratings.
And why is that?
I don't know.
We have great food. We have unbelievable food here.
Yeah.
Great food scene.
Yeah, it just says it only typically focuses on cities with a high concentration of fine dining. And we don't have
No, I guess not.
fine dining.
Yeah,
we've got great food,
but not necessarily.
but it's not
fine
necessarily all fine dining.
No.
We're more
In fact, do we have
we're more hippie.
Because if you go to that, that's that yes chef, no chef sort of vibe, like the bear. Do we have?
The nicest fine dining restaurant in Portland.
Is it Le Pigeon?
That's pretty. That's pretty good.
Is
That place is great.
Is that our tippy top? Because Con is amazing, but Con is not. I would not
No.
consider that
It's
stuffy.
not fine dining.
No, I wouldn't think so. It's got a casual vibe to it almost.
All right, guys, gals, ladies, thems, theys, kids. In the never-ending war between peasants and richies, is this battle over? That's next on The Fan.
This is the Fan's Window
is in the news for April 3, 2025. I am your noted newsman right here in the flesh. Thank you so much. News contributor Jason Skukanik is right there. Primetime Lake Oswego in the battle of peasants versus rich people. It is an ongoing saga
Yes, it is.
that we have followed closely here. Well, not all that closely.
This is what people need to know. Can poor people use the lake?
Well, the old rich people don't want the poor people to use the lake in Lake Oswego.
And for once, the rich people have lost.
Yeah, they have lost. Yeah. And this past Monday night, I don't know if you saw, but they had a special city council meeting in Lako.
Oh, yeah.
And they were voting on, or they were being asked by all the people, all the whites, all the rich whites, packed the room to tell the city council, you need to appeal the decision that allows peasants to use our lake.
Can't allow the poors out on the lake.
The poors will bring all the white claws.
You
And
can't have that. Can't have someone out there floating around on a Daffy Duck raft. It's unacceptable from Lako.
Says, this was this past Monday night, though many asked the city to appeal a judge's ruling that would allow public access to Oswego Lake, the council voted not to. It is over. They are going to allow the poors access to the rich lake.
I did see they're trying to now, though, say that they need a year to prepare for the poors. What?
What does that mean?
I don't know. I read on there they're now asking that, yes, we've lost. We're conceding that the poors and the unwashed masses are allowed, but they're asking for a year.
Spike strips.
So I would assume
Extra police presence.
I would assume so. You know, checkpoints to
guard
make sure.
towers.
I still think it would be hilarious if someone were to do a Caddy's Day sort of thing. Have one day and everyone just bring your biggest, trashiest, like floaty, and I'm talking like Daisy Dukes on men, just tubed, whatever trashy thing you can do, and bring it out to the lake. And like have stuff that's not even meant to be on the water. Just bring air mattresses out there, those inflatable gator things. Just get on out there and piss off the rich people of Lako.
Yeah, I think the Richies lose this one.
Yeah.
And that is in the news.
It's ridiculous. If rich white people can't have a private lake, I mean, what do we even...
What are the troops even fighting?
Exactly. What are the troops even fighting for?
Why are they spreading freedom seeds all over the world?
If we can't have
the poors,
one tiny lake where the poors aren't allowed.
good times.
Deals in. Lako needs to put up an anti-Statue of Liberty. Don't send us your poor and huddled masses. Just make it as uncomfortable as possible for people.
What could they do to make it like? Would they just like plant a bunch of like, just make the beach? Well, they don't really have beach, do they?
Nah, I think they have more like a dock, but you'd have to like form like a beachhead, make an obstacle course. You got to do like American Ninja style to get down to the water.
What if they just drain it?
If we can't have it, no one can have it. F you guys.
Then the poors are all skateboarding through it.
It's the silliest fight. I love it. We can't have the poors out on our lake. This is ridiculous.
All right, guys, that's in the news. April 3, 2025. The Hot 5's next on the Fan.
It's time for Legend. the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Sports Center is brought to you by Crunch Fitness. Memberships as low as $9.99 per month. Find your Crunch time in Portland, Vancouver, and online at crunch.com. First on The Fan, your Portland Trailblazers are trailing right now in Toronto. Raptors are up 26-19, 2:57 left to go in the first. There are a couple other games in action right now in Washington. You got the Magic up over the Wizards 50-37. The Bucks are in a vicious one right now with the 76ers in Philadelphia. That one's 57-56. You got a minute left to go in the first half there. And then in the East, you've got Memphis taking on the Miami Heat. That one's knotted up at 20-all. 1:39 left to go in the first quarter of that one. Over in college basketball, Auburn star big man Janai Broom says he'll be ready to go by Saturday. He's not going to have any limitations when the Tigers take on the Florida Gators. Broom suffered an elbow injury on Sunday against Michigan State. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Will Ortner from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom, call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Jump back to earlier parts of your favorite fan shows on the The Fan.
All right, welcome back. Hope you're having a nice little Thursday. It's your Sports Bros, Rop and Sook. I'm Rop. Big Sook.
Oh, dude.
Right over there.
Right here.
We've got Will Ortner today because Buckley is still golfing his balls off. He's at Abandoned Dunes.
From Hawaii to Abandoned Dunes.
Yep. Nice little month for that man. Actually, 2 months.
2 months.
I mean, well, it's April,
No,
so he was in Hawaii in March.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Wait, he'll come back and he'll be here for 2 more days. He's the AJ McCord of our show.
Where's he going next?
Oh, I guarantee he calls in within the next week. We'll get one of these. Hey, I couldn't find.
Got to go to the Bay.
It'll be childcare. There's always that one. I couldn't find someone to watch the kid.
Nobody works less than Buck.
No.
And we love it.
Yeah. We love Buckley.
We wouldn't want it any other way, quite frankly.
Well, he's keeping Will alive over there with his hours, so.
Right. Coming up, the top 5 Cooper Flagg NBA comps.
Are 4 of them white?
Only one of them is white.
Oh. Are we evolving past where we can compare white guys and black guys?
No, he's just that good.
Okay.
You can compare him to black guys
he's the outlier.
because he's actually really, really, really good.
As
Otherwise,
you got to compare.
like Con Knipple,
Yeah.
they're not comparing him to a black guy.
No, we have to. I love when people are like, oh, he's the next Austin Reeves. He's, what? Why? Is
Well,
he
that's
white?
cool.
Yeah. Only,
Austin Reeves pretty good.
I know, but we got to compare him because he's white.
Pretty good.
Can't cross races there.
We also have the dark money behind Duke Hoops.
Oh, and I found out the story behind the Blue Devil.
Okay.
It's the Frenchies in World War I. There was an elite unit of the Frenchmen that wore blue capes and berets and were very flashy.
They wore capes?
They wore capes. They were known as the Blue Devils, except in French it was probably Les Blue Devils.
So why are they named after them? Like, is there a French connection at Duke?
No, there is a.
Like, who cares about that?
No mascot has any connection to anything.
What about Freedom Seeds?
Well,
that's what I want to know.
The Duke Freedom Seeds. No, they said that this was like in the 1920s when they were Trinity. They weren't even Duke yet. And the newspaper got all riled up because North Carolina State recently named themselves the Wolf Pack. And so they needed something tough. And so they held a vote. And
they chose France?
Yeah. Well, I guess a bunch of soldiers were coming back from the war and enlisting or enrolling in school. So that's kind of where it got the start. But everyone hated it because they didn't want to be known as the Frenchmen. But eventually the newspaper basically just decided that they're the Blue Devils, and it caught on eventually.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and say that was a mistake, and they will not win the title this year.
Because of that.
That's right.
Well,
So that's what we have coming up. Coming up tonight in the club, who will play the young James Bond?
Oh, we got a young James Bond coming?
Yep.
I saw a trailer today for something that I'm actually excited about.
And it's official. The 4-day work week is the greatest thing ever.
You're still pushing that narrative, are you?
Well, yeah, why wouldn't I?
Good luck with that.
Do you want me to hit the button? You got to say the thing.
Right now, it's time for the Hot 5 at 5.
Hot topics, hot opinions,
Oh, Charlie, I'm hot today.
and hot air. It's time for the Hot 5 at 5.
That's hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 on Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
No, I mean it. That's very hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 with Isaac and Sue. Brought to you on The Fan by Victorico's Mexican Food. Discover Victorico's new savory menu items. Order in-store, online, or get it delivered straight to your door at victoricos.com. Number 5.
The United States of America
USA.
USA.
Wait, what did we do? Is it good or bad?
and Mexico are expected to be awarded the 2031 Women's World Cup,
Oh, yeah, I saw this. They said that no one else is even making a bid for it. So
which could feature 48 teams. Why did you have to put that part in there?
when I read that story, I was like,
This
oh,
is a
that,
coup.
I thought it was great that we were getting it. And then I read that no one else wanted it. And I was like, oh, well,
Yeah,
still cool that we get it.
We're the lone bidder.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
Well, we're getting the men's, too.
So it said FIFA will negotiate with cities and stadiums and ultimately select around a dozen to host games.
So get ready to bribe the hell out of, is it Sepp Blatter? Isn't that the dude?
I don't know. The men are going to be playing in Seattle.
Yeah, they're playing in Seattle,
I
Vancouver.
think the women could. I think it's possible. Do you think it's possible that the Portland could get women's World Cup action?
I don't think so. I think the women, it's the same. They won't. I think all World Cup, they won't play on synthetic fields.
Oh God! We'll put grass in there. Then.
Costs a lot of
Number
money,
4.
and there are some stadiums that are willing to tear it up, and others that won't. But I know for men, that's a stickler, and I don't know if it's the same for women, and I also don't know if our stadium's big enough.
The Blazers back-to-back tonight and tomorrow in Toronto and Chicago. The Raptors are resting pretty much everyone as they tank, but they're still beating your Blazers. At last check, they were up 7 in the first half.
Yeah, but remember, we played them in Toronto a while back, and in the fourth quarter, Toronto started pulling all of their players. So Toronto's committed to the tank. You might live bet that. I'm going to take the Blazers in this one. We still have some pride.
Current score, yeah, but I don't think anybody's really playing.
35-29. Denny's playing. Will play 40 minutes. He's already got 14.
Can anybody stop him, really? Do you think he's the next Michael Jordan?
Well, he is.
Should we take calls?
He is playing against no one, and he's carrying like 90% of their offense. So Sharp has 11, and Denny has 14 right now, with 11 to play in the second quarter.
Patriots trade backup quarterback Joe Milton III and a 7th-round pick to the Cowboys for a 5th-round pick. He will be the new backup to Dak Prescott.
Yeah. Trey Lance will be working at a defunct Hooters near you. That may go down. Like, the Niners get off on that. Like, that is one of the worst trades of all time. Like, we killed the Browns for giving up multiple picks for Deshaun Watson. It's insane. The Niners gave up a lot to go get Trey Lance, and Trey Lance effing sucks.
Yeah, they get a pass because they're still good.
Yeah.
That's why.
Because they fell back, ass backwards into Brock Purdy. But Trey Lance is one of the all-time busts in the NFL.
The Raiders and Geno Smith agree on a new 2-year extension. He'll get $75 million, could be upwards of $85 with incentives. He'll get $66 guaranteed. He's now signed in Vegas through 2027.
Yeah. Well, that was the one when he went there. We knew a new deal was coming. They kind of announced it, but they're just now putting pen to paper.
Number 2.
We have a new highest paid tight end in NFL history.
And again, as you pointed out earlier, this just means he was the next tight end to sign.
Cardinals give Trey McBride a 4-year, $76 million extension. 43 guaranteed, 19 per year.
Yeah. Well, he's coming off a huge year. He had a 111 catches last year.
Can I admit something?
Go for it.
I don't remember him in college. Where did he play?
He played at Colorado State, which is why you don't remember him.
That would be why.
Yes.
You know what another fun fact about Trey McBride is?
Talk to me.
He is the first NFL player with 2 moms.
Oh, he's got 2 mommies, huh?
Yeah.
Now, was he adopted or did he
Lesbians.
come from one of the moms?
I don't know. I just heard that from Dusty Hara.
Oh.
So if that's wrong, blame Dusty.
Blame Dusty. All right. Well, Trey McBride, if he was in today's game, he would not be from Colorado State. He would have left and gone to a big-time school. But no, he was really good in college. He was well thought of. In fact, I wanted to double-check, but yes, he won the John Mackey Award in 2021 as the country's best tight end.
Auburn star Janai Broom says no limitations with that elbow. He'll be ready for Saturday's Final Four battle with Florida. In transfer news, BYU, Kentucky, and St. John's were in pursuit, but it's UConn that lands former Georgia guard Silas Demery Jr. Miami gets ex-Michigan guard Trey Donaldson, and just 2 weeks ago he said he was staying with the Ducks. He is not. He is a liar. Jadrian Tracy has hit the portal.
Son of a gun. I just love that BYU.
He's a nice player.
I love that BYU is involved in any of these discussions. We got money now. We got money to spend.
What's going on with Jackson Shellstad, do you think?
I don't know. I mean, him and Biddle both said that they were enrolled in classes, and
Well, Biddle said he's going to try for the draft, but he'll keep his eligibility if he doesn't like where he goes.
I have not heard anything about Shellstad,
What the hell
so
is he doing?
I would assume that he's coming back.
What's he doing?
Well, he's not. I mean, he's not declaring for the NBA, and
No, but
is there big
maybe
money
he-
out there for Shellstad?
well, I would imagine, yeah, he could probably get some dough.
Well, I would assume that Oregon can
Well, there's that.
Yeah.
What's going on?
match. I haven't heard it. Isn't that weird now that you've got a guy seemingly that we would just assume is coming back, and now there's a lot of like, wait, is he?
They don't know.
Yeah, you never
No
know.
one knows.
No. I mean, every year it's free agency out there.
Victor Rico's Mexican Food has 19 locations across Oregon and Washington. They are now in Lacamas Square in Vancouver. Find a location near you at victorricos.com. When you think of flavor, think of Victor Rico's. Let's talk about Cooper Flagg coming up next. NBA scouts, it's the headline story on ESPN.com right now. They give their top comps for Flagg, and only one of them is white.
Interesting.
Yeah. Can you guess the white guy?
Current white, or are we talking about a past white?
He is not in the league anymore now.
He's not in the league.
No.
They're not trying to pull a Larry Bird, are they?
No, but that was my first thought. But he's not.
No.
He's a different player.
He's a different type of player.
All right, we'll get to that coming up next on The Fan. right. Well, college basketball is winding down. We are at the Final Four. Florida, Auburn, Duke, Houston. A lot of people will be getting their eyes on Cooper Flagg for the first time this weekend, probably. He's a pretty good basketball player, I guess.
Yeah, I would say so.
Plays for Duke.
Going to be the player of the year as a true freshman and probably lead them to a national championship.
He scores that ball. He passes that rock.
You're doing great.
He puts it in the basketball ring a lot. You know?
Mm-hmm. You and Teddy Cruz.
Yeah, so the NBA scouts are out, and they are tossing out their Cooper Flagg comps.
Yeah. I'm a little disappointed that there's only one white. I mean, normally when we're comparing guys, we have to stick whites on whites.
I've got 5 of them here.
Mm-hmm. But only one is white.
Yeah.
I like that we're evolving, or there just isn't enough white guys that we can be like, yeah, that's him. Like, I was trying to think of like a 6'9", rangy, do-it-all white guy, and like the only one I can think of is Larry Bird, but you're saying they're not going Larry Bird.
Nope. More modern than Larry Bird.
More modern?
If you're looking for the white guy.
But you said he's not in the league currently.
He's not.
Who else is like a tall, rangy...
He was very tall.
Well, I would assume so. I mean, Flagg's like what, 6'8", 6'9"?
Sure.
Sure.
They going like even taller, like a Dirk Nowitzki type deal?
He doesn't shoot like Dirk, and Dirk didn't have an all-around game like that. That wouldn't be. Maybe you're going like a Rick Barry if you want it, but that's old school. Chris Mullen.
They have Flagg at 6'9". This guy 6'9".
6'9".
Yeah.
I can't think of someone that's white that has kind of an all-around game like that.
The white man they compare Cooper Flagg to is none other than the great Andre Kirilenko.
Ah,
Thank you.
I should have got that. I should have got that. I can see that because Kirilenko was a big deal for a little while. He never quite lived up to the hype, but he was
awesome.
He was kind of the Swiss Army knife.
Yeah.
You know, he's probably most known because his wife let him once a year go out and do whatever he wanted. Kirilenko was really good. He just didn't, like I said, never quite grabbed anyone's attention the way a true star does. Well, look at his numbers.
So what they've done is they've broken this down into, okay, so they have a comp, like they have a ceiling comp, like what he can be at his best.
Sure.
They have a floor comp, what he will be at his worst. They have an in his prime comp, a second star comp, and then the left field comp. And the left field comp was Andre Kirilenko.
Okay. I was going to say, because, I'm looking.
That is kind of out of left field.
Yeah. I mean, Kirilenko had some good numbers, but,
he led the league in blocks.
Did he really?
Yeah.
There was a couple times he was, he got Defensive Player of the Year 3rd. He was an MVP. He got some MVP votes one year, but he was never, he was a 12-point guy. He was a 12-point guy, 5 rebounds. I can see if you're trying to do a defensive comp, and again, a little bit of a Swiss Army life, but Cooper Flagg is a much better prospect than Andre Kirilenko. Although both terrible haircuts.
Ceiling comp. Who do you think they compared him to?
Ceiling comp.
This is real NBA scouts here.
All right, give me the.
So he's currently playing. He is a superstar player. He's 6'7".
Superstar player currently playing, do everything.
Bit of an enigma, this guy.
Jaylen Brown.
Oh, that's a good guess. I think, is he 6'7"?
Yeah, he's 6'6", 6'7".
Is he?
Yeah, he's tall.
Yeah,
guy.
no, not Jaylen Brown.
Is this a guy who's hurt a lot?
Yes. He is.
Oh, the Claw. It'll be
Kawhi Leonard.
Kawhi Leonard.
Yep.
Huh.
The NBA front office take is Flagg's really good defensively and can be a game changer on that end pretty much immediately with his size, effort, and IQ. He's always been a very good defender, and the offense is coming along. It's a very similar path to the one Kawhi was on early in his NBA career as a guy who had all these really useful qualities and then entered as a real two-way force as he rounded out his game.
Dude,
that is true.
I can 100% see that.
You kind of forget Leonard was not right out of the gate was not this superstar player.
No, he was he was viewed as an afterthought there, not an afterthought, but he was not the focal point in San Antonio. And then he was a begrudging star. And then, it wasn't really until after he left San Antonio where it was viewed as a marquee, and he went up to Toronto and won that title. And, there was a while there where people flirting around and were asking, is he the best player in the league? I think that is a really, really good comp. At his best, what he could be, I could see that because there was nothing that he couldn't do.
So what about the floor comp? This guy was 6'10", top 5 pick, but he was big and rangy, tall and rangy, length for days, but just was kind of a bonehead. Drug problem.
Is he still in the league?
For a while there, I was thinking like Sean Marion. I was thinking like
Marion.
Marion, the Matrix. Drug problem.
Yep. That ought to give it away.
Famous drug problem.
Yes.
Famous drug problem.
Yes.
Who am I missing out of famous?
He's not in the league anymore. Helped win some titles.
Kardashian boy.
Yep.
Lamar Odom. Okay.
They write, just the ease and comfort level handling the ball on the perimeter. We talk about whether guys are inside players who develop outside or perimeter players who take their game down low. Flagg has had such comfort on the perimeter. Odom filled out and was a late growth spurt guy with ball skills. You love a guy who at 6'10" can play with the faculty of being a 6'3" guard.
I'll tell you right now, if Lamar Odom didn't have his massive drug problem, and that's who you ended up being, there is nothing wrong with that.
Odom averaged 17.5 points, 9.5 boards, and 3.8 assists.
Isn't it funny? Like there was a recent one where someone said that Shedeur Sanders, their comp was Andy Dalton, and people got all pissy about it. And they're like, dude, that's a hell of a career. Like, not everyone goes on to be, Larry Bird or Michael Jordan. And so obviously there's higher expectations on Cooper Flagg than that. And you could say that'd be a disappointment. But if he had Lamar Odom's career minus the drug problem and he played 15 years in the league, that is not a bust. That's far from it. Even if you look at all the number 1 overall picks, there is nothing wrong with that career minus the, I think it was what he OD'd on like drugstore boner pills.
Wait, is he dead?
No. But he almost died.
Oh.
He was at like the Bunny Ranch and he was on a bunch of drugs, and then he was taking boner pills and like synthetic, what was
he taking zombie or spice?
Something like that.
He fell off the deep end once him and Chloe broke up.
It was bad.
Broke him.
In his prime comp, now this guy is 6'8". He is a star right now. He went to Duke, and there are some similarities with how he was talked about coming out of Duke that compare to Flagg.
Then
it's an interesting one.
I missed on Brown. It'll be Tatum.
It's Jason Tatum
coming out of Duke.
And I think this is a really good comp for Flagg.
Yeah, a little bit of do everything.
Yeah.
And Tatum and that what was the always knock on Tatum is that he wasn't great at one particular thing. And it's taken a while for people to appreciate his game, but there is nothing that he can't do.
Well, at the time when he was coming out of Duke, they were questioning Tatum's shot a lot. But that's obviously, he's put that to bed.
Yep.
And they're kind of questioning Flagg right now on that.
Yeah, the only other one I've heard, the shot, and then I've heard some people say that his ball, like he handles the ball a lot at Duke, and they're saying that they don't know if in the NBA if he'll be able to handle the ball nearly as much as he does at Duke. Is he a good enough ball handler to play a point forward type? Because he's probably going to play the 4. He'll be a stretch 4 in the NBA. And is it LeBron where he can bring the ball up and you run your offense through him? Or does he struggle a little bit with that or maybe take some time?
And then the last comp from real live NBA scouts for Cooper Flagg of Duke, second star comp, meaning if he is not the number 1 guy on a team, who is his comp? And this is a pretty obvious one.
Current or former?
Old.
old if he's not
So he's the number 2 guy on the team.
the number 2?
Because we're all assuming he's going to be the superstar
guy.
of a team. But maybe he won't be. Maybe he'll be a number 2.
Chicago.
Yep.
You going Pippen?
Scottie Pippen. They write, I say Scottie because he could have been a number 1 guy and was after MJ left, but he became by far the best number 2. I think Cooper will be a hell of a number 2, but he might need a top 10 player running mate with him. He can obviously prove me wrong, but I don't see him as a number 1 guy on a championship team in his career.
Well,
That's from a general manager in the East.
It's interesting the idea of the number 2 thing, right? Carmelo Anthony just got he's found out he's going into the Hall of Fame. And Carmelo Anthony is he top 10 all time in scoring?
He's 10th.
10th. So 10th all time, bunch of NBA All-Star teams, gold medals. Carmelo Anthony, one of the great scorers in the NBA. He could never take a backseat role, right? Forced his way out of Denver, ended up in New York, couldn't share the spotlight in New York. Even when he was in Houston and Portland, not coming off the bench, I'm the guy, would never play a subservient role. And as good as Carmelo was, Carmelo never really did anything in the league. His teams never threatened anything. He made one conference final, I think, in Denver, and then he forced his way out either the next year or the year after that. Wanted to go play in New York. But when he's with the Olympics, dude, everyone on the Olympics claims Carmelo Anthony was one of the great teammates of all time and one of the great Olympic players of all time because he would defer. Imagine what Carmelo Anthony could have been had he just been a number 2, right? As great as Scottie Pippen it was, Scottie Pippen could have been Carmelo Anthony, or he could have been Scottie Pippen. There's nothing wrong with being the number 2 to someone. And so, it's like, oh, is he a Batman or is he a Robin? God, I'll tell you what. If the idea is to be Carmelo Anthony and be a Batman, or to go be Scottie Pippen and be a Robin to Michael Jordan, or Kobe and Shaq, or Tim Duncan and Ginobili, or Tim Duncan and Parker or whatever, or any of these guys, go be a Batman somewhere. Go ask anyone if it's fun to do it by yourself.
Yeah.
It's just
Pippen versus Melo.
Yeah.
Pippen all day.
Exactly.
Career.
So we have this
all day.
This goes back to when you compare someone to an Andy Dalton, or you compare someone to Lamar Odom, you're like, oh, that's a terrible comp. Why? Why is that a terrible comp? So, he's never a number 1. Cool. He's the best number 2 of all time. Plenty of Hall of Famers out there were number 2 guys, and they've got lots of rings and lots of money. And if you're Cooper Flagg, God, you want to go to Washington and just sit by yourself for a number of years? Or would you rather go someplace where you can learn under a true 1 and kind of grow? Go ask Dame how fun it is to be a 1 with nothing else around you.
Yeah, like Cooper Flagg coming to Portland and just suckling at the teat of Denny Avdia. Is that what you mean?
That's clearly what I mean. Well, there's another one. This discussion's been going on for a while now of how good Denny is. And I think I don't remember if it was Dirt and Sprague or if it was Danny and Dusty. I forget which one it was.
Do you mean Allen and Braden?
Allen and Braden. I think that's who it was. I think it was Allen and Braden. And they said Denny would be a solid 2 or one of the best 3s in the NBA. And then, of course, everyone's, it's ridiculous. and it's so true. You can go be a 2 or a 1 and put up 25 a night on a dip-ass team and just empty hollow numbers. Or you can go be the best 3 in the NBA and try to win NBA championships somewhere. It's like they're not all 1s are created equal, not all 2s, and not all 3s are created equal. Like in the NBA, you can say, oh, this guy's a 1, but how many true 1s are there that really, really move the needle? Damian Lillard was a first-team All-NBA guy multiple times, and Dame never moved the needle by himself. Giannis was a number 1, and Giannis moved the needle. Giannis won a title. LeBron moves the needle. And there's just not many of those guys. So even when you're the 1, there's a pecking order. You're like 1 or you were like 1.6.
Well, you got to give LeBron credit. I heard an interview with him the other day where he said, the first thing he told Luka was, we need you to be at your best if we're going to win.
Yeah.
In other words, LeBron is now a number 2.
Yes, he is.
And
arguably,
he knows it.
And he's arguably the best 2 in the league and doesn't try to be the 1 until he needs it.
He has to. And that's the thing. That's the difference one of the differences between LeBron and Melo there.
Yes. Carmelo Anthony would have been an amazing 2 or 3 on a team. He would have.
But wait, somebody said Denny Avdia is a like a 2 or a 3 guy?
Yes.
Star on a team?
That's what they were. I think it was Alan and Braden that were saying that Denny could be a average 2, but a great 3. He should be the 3rd best player on a team.
Is he? I don't know if he's that good.
He could be. But the idea that he could be a dominant 2 or a dominant 1, you're like, okay,
not a chance. Like,
no.
who is saying? What is happening?
Welcome to Portland, man. This is what we do. The guy's having a great month, and we're like, oh my God, how good can he be? You're like, stop it.
Don't you think on a championship team he's like a 6th man?
I mean,
he could be a starter, but it would be one of the weaker of the 5.
I think if you were to look at the Western contenders like right now, and look, he's only 24 years old. He's going to get better. But if you looked at the Western contenders, he is not a 2. He is a solid 3 or a 4 in today's NBA. Could he grow and develop into something? Maybe. But right now,
all right.
There's
your hot Cooper Flagg talk. But I have more. Wait, I have more. I have a trivia question for you. Do you like sports trivia?
Sports. Yeah.
You do?
Yeah.
I bet you don't get this one right.
Oh, let's do it.
You should see it in his eyes, guys. I can tell you he is pissed now.
And someone else
He's been
pointed out,
challenged.
like Jaylen Brown, great 2. Great 2 in Boston.
Yeah, and not a 1.
And not a 1.
He's just not.
If Jaylen Brown decides, F you, I'm going to go lead my own team, dude, welcome to obscurity, Jaylen Brown.
You know who's another great 2, I think, and not a 1 is Booker.
Yes.
Devin Booker.
Yes. Draymond Green is a phenomenal 3. Klay Thompson was a great 2. Neither one of those guys would be Hall of Fame players if they had left Golden State. But they stuck around, and they played with a true 1 in Steph Curry, and were phenomenal 2s and 3s.
And by the way, for those just tuning in, we are not talking about positions.
No.
We are talking about 2nd or 3rd best player.
Pecking orders.
On their team, like
Yes.
Jordan Pippen. All right, we'll get to some hot Cooper Flagg trivia next. Here's Will.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
First on The Fan, it's a close one in Toronto. Right now, your Portland Trailblazers are trailing the Raptors 48-43, 2:28 left to go in the first half. Right now, Denny Avdia, he's leading the way, has 14 points. He's got 100% percentage shooting from the three-point line. He's 2 for 2 there. Shaedon Sharpe is just ahead of him in points, just got to his 16th point. He's 7 for 13 from the field. In the NCAA tournament, Auburn star big man Janai Broom says he's going to be ready to go for Saturday. No limitations when the Tigers take on the Florida Gators. Over in the MLB, the Mariners, they're getting the day off, traveling down south to the Bay Area. They're on their first road trip of the season, taking on the Giants in San Francisco. Early start for that game, first pitch scheduled for 1:35. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Will Ortner from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Tired of getting dinged by subscription?
Okay. Got a very important trivia question for you sports guys out there. This one comes to us from a friend of mine who lives in Portland, Maine.
Mm-hmm.
He texted me this question the other day, and I almost got it. I almost got this.
But you didn't.
But I didn't,
How do you almost get a trivia question?
because I got close to the year and the player.
Okay. Oh, so you have to have both.
Yeah,
I
bro.
don't like the way this is going. I'm terrible with years.
Well, if you get the player, I'll give you credit.
All right.
But he's, of course, a big Cooper Flagg guy because he is the pride of Maine.
Oh, yeah.
Cooper Flagg.
Yeah.
He lives out in Portland, Maine.
Mhm.
And he texted me. He said, "Do you know who the last white American was that was drafted number 1 overall?"
It's a good question.
It's a great question.
Because I remember Andrew Bogut went number 1, but he was Australian. God bless America. White American. Number 1.
It's gonna be before I was born, so it's gonna be.
It's way before you were born.
gonna be like I would think in the '80s, early
Was
'80s.
Bird number 1?
No, Bird wasn't number 1 because they got off on some
there was
technicality,
that weird thing like with his draft.
and then he went back to college still, even though he got drafted.
Keep going.
Oh, God. Or was Rick Barry number 1?
I don't know, but it was 1977, so Rick Barry would have been before that.
So it would have been before West. So 77 was right before Magic and Bird and those guys.
When
The
was
guy-
Walton?
The guy I guessed was Walton would have been the early 70s.
Yeah.
The guy I guessed was Doug Collins,
Oh, that's not bad.
and that was 1979.
And did he go number 1 overall?
Yeah, Doug Collins did. Yeah. But that wasn't right because I'm sorry, that was 1975. That was 2 years before this guy. So the last white American drafted number 1 overall was this guy in 1977. And his name?
I don't know, man. Is it a no? Is it like a
No.
no? So he's just a guy.
Just a dude. His name is Kent Benson.
No idea who that is. Who the hell is Kent Benson?
That's your last white American drafted
Really?
number 1 overall.
Wow. What an exciting time for the whites right now that Cooper Flagg's coming
Well,
in.
I mean, that does tell you this is pretty special.
What an exciting time.
Well, it is. We don't have, I mean, the European guys, the white European guys are a different story.
Yes.
But white Americans,
No,
we don't get good
no,
players like this.
this doesn't happen.
We don't grow these guys.
Who is? I need to know about Kent Benson.
Well, look him up.
Who the
I don't
hell
have
is
I don't have
that?
any info on him.
I feel like he's a substitute PE teacher or full-time PE
Kent
teacher now.
Oh, he's boy. I'll tell you what, too. He looks exactly the way you would think Kent Benson looks. He's a center out of Indiana. Kent Benson.
I feel like that guy sucks.
Did he have a career?
I'm looking
He
up
got
at his.
drafted number 1.
By the way, someone mentions
he played a bunch. He didn't do. I mean, his best year was 50. He averaged 1 year. He averaged 15, but for his career, he was a 9.5 boards. And he played in
who drafted him.
Milwaukee, and then he was in Detroit for a while, Utah, and then finished up in
Wait,
Cleveland.
Milwaukee took him in 77?
77.
How did they have the number 1 pick?
Milwaukee.
Weren't they awesome then?
Well, they
That
would
was
have.
like Lou Alcindor years, wasn't it?
That was after they dealt. After they
already,
dealt.
okay.
Yeah, they got rid of him. Because he was already in. Kareem had already been in LA for a couple years when Magic came on board in '79. So, yeah, Bill Walton was the number 1 pick in 1974, and then Doug Collins.
Yeah, so we had 3 in a row there.
Yeah.
Like we were dominant in the 70s. Take that.
Those were our
Black guys.
Those were our prime white years.
Yeah, well, we haven't anything since then. They're all Europeans. No. And there's not many of them. I mean, how many white guys have gone number 1 overall, just in general? So you had Bogut.
So I'll go back and look. So this is the number 1 guys. I got the list here. Scrolling. So Risachet. No,
But he's not white.
Wembayama, Bunkero.
No, just white guys.
I know. I'm just saying these were the number 1 picks. I just was going through them. White guy. Last white guy. Yeah.
Yeah, keep scrolling.
Does Bargnani count? He's Italian.
Yes.
There you
He was white, wasn't he? I mean, I think.
he's Italian. I mean,
Yes, he's white,
white. Yeah,
but not American.
Then there you go. 2006.
Okay, who
Back
else?
to back. Then Bogut was 05.
Whoa!
So again, 2 years where the whites were. It was an exciting time again. And then it's, I'm just scrolling.
Caitlin Clark is white.
Scrolling. No.
Anybody in the 80s or 90s?
No. Nope. Other than that really was our only little window there was those two. And then you got to go back to what we were just talking about. Everyone else, not us.
Well, there's your trivia for the day.
There is your trivia for the day.
Yeah, good trivia question.
And then you're back to Kent Benson, and then a couple years after that, Walton and Collins.
A couple years before that.
Yeah, a couple years before that. So it really is a prestigious time right now with the white American player in
it's a big deal.
Cooper Flagg.
Coop. All right. Let's talk about punchable faces coming up next.
You know a punchable face when you see it.
On the Fan. final little topic here. Somebody on the text line said John Shire, the coach at Duke, has certainly brought back the punchable Duke face.
Oh, sure.
And that is very true.
100%.
But I would argue that maybe Cooper Flagg also punchable face.
I think Knipple has a more punchable face than Cooper Flagg.
You do now?
I do.
Oh, I don't know about that. Power rank the punchable faces on Duke.
Well, clearly, Shire has the most punchable face. I mean, I don't even think that's close.
Why do you think? What makes a punchable face?
You just know it when you see it. I don't know how to do, like. There's something about it when you look at it. You just know that it's smug. It says things like, "Do you know who my dad is?"
But isn't that just Duke?
Well, again, it helps that you're part of Duke, but it's still a very punchable face. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's Shire's one.
Shire's got it.
I don't see it in Con Knipple.
Really?
I don't. No. I do see it in Cooper Flagg, though.
See, I don't, because when I look at Knipple, and again, maybe I'm being unfair because I think of the whole family, right? Like, you just look at that family, you know that's an insufferable group. You absolutely know.
Well,
it.
but that's not what we're talking. We're talking about punchable faces.
Dude, that guy's got a punchable face.
I don't think he does. I think he just looks he just looks average.
See, I just think he's more punchable than Cooper Flagg. I find Cooper Flagg to just be like whatever. He just seems...
I think with Flagg, it's his mouth. I don't know. It's punchable, but it's no John Shire.
No.
Although any white coach at Duke is going to have a punchable face. Like, I just feel like, I'm trying to think of a coach. Like, if Nate Oates were the coach at Duke, wouldn't we say he has a punchable face?
It's possible.
Because he's at Duke.
But Coach K had the most punchable face of all time.
Oh, for sure.
I mean, it's not even close. Like, when I think of punchable faces, again, it just goes back to there's a smugness to it, which is probably why you think of Duke or Ivy League kids. That's like if you're like a regular dude, I don't know, you never think about that, but it's the person out in Lake-O that tells you that you can't be on the lake because you're poor. Golfers, I think, have very punchable faces. It's the elites.
You know, Shire almost went to UNLV.
See, I can't see that.
In 2021. Yeah, that's what they said. They said Duke almost didn't get him.
And I contend, and by the way, this has nothing to do with politics at all.
He also thought he was going to get the DePaul job. Did you know that?
I did. Like he
thought he was going to get it.
Yes.
And then he didn't, and then he was about to go to UNLV.
Yeah.
But UNLV, I guess, didn't offer him or something. And so Duke just like, all right, we'll take you. He's pretty good.
Yes.
I have to walk back my statement that I think he's overrated.
The most punchable face in the world.
In the world.
It has nothing to do with politics. But tell me that there's anyone that looks at that and says, oh my God, he needs one.
Affluenzatine?
Don Jr.
Oh, Don Jr.
Don Jr. has the most punchable face in the world. It might be the most punchable face of all time.
What about J.D. Vance?
Boy, that is punchable.
I mean, look, I get it. He likes like a little cherub or whatever.
I find J.D. Vance to look quite pleasant.
He just, like I said, he's got a little cherub face. Anytime you see a photo of Donald Trump Jr., you're like, oh my God, I want to plant one of these. It's the Step Brothers thing. I don't know what it is, but there's something about it that just makes you want to put one of these right in your kisser.
Now, why is his face more punchable than Eric Trump's face?
I don't know. I mean, they both look similar, but I'm sorry, Eric Trump does not look anywhere near as punchable. Same thing with Donald. None of the kids. It's something about Donald Trump Jr. When you look at him, you're like, oh my God, I want to smack you. The Paul brothers, incredibly punchable faces. Incredibly. And Jake more than Logan. Logan looks more, he's fine. Jake Paul might be number 2 on the planet of most punchable faces.
Jake sucks more than Logan, though. Like, Jake deserves it.
They have a new reality show. Did you see that?
That thing's gonna suck.
It's on I think it's on Max.
It's on Max. It's gonna suck. Paul American?
Yeah, Paul American.
Yeah, I don't know.
Get it?
All American.
I see what you're doing. I just can't.
Well, it's not me. It's them.
Yeah, I can't. I can't buy into whatever they have going on. They're great marketers. They make money. Good for them.
He was on Disney.
It's insane.
Jake Paul was a Disney actor.
Someone said Google Shire face.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, do that.
Is that when he was playing? Because he was he was a yeller. Yeah.
Yes.
I've seen those.
When he was playing, he had a face that.
Yeah.
Just Google it. It's
When-
a whole nother level.
Anytime you see a photo of him from Duke, he's screaming and yelling.
His mouth is wide open.
Yeah.
Like he's real intense.
Yep.
Like, and he's
Eli
got kind of
Manning?
this curled lip.
Incredible punchable face.
Eli,
he's
yeah.
another one.
Yeah, that is
You
true.
just look at him, you're like, oh my God.
Kind of dopey.
Yeah, I just want to punch you right in the face. You know it when you see it. Who was the guy that was remember the guy that was like raising insulin prices?
Shkreli. Martin Shkreli.
Again.
Yeah, very punchable.
That
Pharma
guy,
bro.
100% needs to get socked in the face.
All right. Whew. What an hour. I'm worn out.
You're all tired.
Radio's hard.
It's exhausting.
You got to say the thing, man.
I just think you like watching Will,
It makes me very uncomfortable.
and that's why he does it.
I know. I've already messed up once, and now I'm on edge.
Will's
and-
just sitting there.
What?
He doesn't quite know what to do, and Rob's just leaving you out to
There's
dry.
nothing wrong with a nice little pause.
I almost feel bad for Will in there.
You should feel bad.
Except you're wearing a backwards Hooters hat, so I don't feel bad for you. But other than that, I do. And Rob's just doing it.
It's a shame that you're body shaming me right now. I don't like what you're doing.
And
I'm
Rob's
calling
just doing
HR.
it on-
Calling HR to complain.
He's just letting you bleed out.
All right. The club is next. We'll talk about the 4-day work week, who will play the young James Bond, and a Val Kilmer follow-up on the Fan.
From the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
First on The Fan, Blazers have tied it up in Toronto. It's 60-all. They're taking on the Raptors right now. 7:05 left to go in the third quarter. Shaedon Sharp starting out the half hot. He's got 27 points in this one. Denny Advia, he's got 18. Already has a double-double, actually. He's got 10 rebounds to go with his 18 points. Elsewhere in the NFL, the Arizona Cardinals have reached a deal with their tight end Trey McBride. It's a 4-year, $76 million contract extension with $43 million guaranteed, and it makes McBride the highest paid tight end in NFL history. The Raiders and Geno Smith have agreed to a 2-year, $75 million contract extension. $66.5 million of that is guaranteed. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Will Ortner from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The Fan Merch Locker has a new black 1080 The Fan hoodie, as well as classic long and short sleeve tees. Get yours now at 1080thefan.com.
Rankings go.
I know that I'll probably have to join a white supremacist gang.
I just have always preferred the white.
Could you mix in a black?
The color white to me just always works.
Hello.
Hi.
Someone mentions Ted Cruz as a punchable face.
Yeah, I could see that.
Very good one.
Keith Olbermann.
Punchable face.
Definitely punchable face. Very smug. Very smug.
Dave Portnoy.
Oh, yeah.
Punchable face.
100%. I also find Don Lemon to have a very punchable face as well.
What's he doing now? That
I
old
don't know.
bastard.
But I wouldn't mind socking him one. So you got to be careful because, like, there's the difference between, like, punchable and then, like, it can't be too soft of a face. That's like the J.D. Vance thing. Like, you can't. He looks.
I don't think it's a punchable face.
It's not punchable. It's too. It's like
It's too basic. Like it's just like
Yeah.
there's no standout features.
exactly. It's soft faces are hard to punch because then you're just like, whatever.
I don't know. Maybe it's just because he bugs me. And his
Well, there's
freedom
a difference.
seeds.
Why
Between-
would he bug you?
There's a difference
Oh,
between.
I don't know. He
bugging
likes
and-
couches too much. There's a whole thing.
His freedom seeds.
Yeah.
See, I think there's a difference between bugging and punching.
Yeah, totally.
I don't know. It's made
Annoying
me
face?
dislike his face.
What other types of face are there? My face, your face.
Well, I always find that like there's I'm always jealous of a very manly face. Like when you get like Jeff Bridges to me.
Yeah, with like the chiseled jaw.
Well, yeah, like it's just there's something to that, especially as you get a little older. Guys that age and get better looking, I'm very jealous of. Like wise face, like wise wisdom, lived a good life face. The most interesting man in the world is the guy that started this. Like you just look at that guy and he looks like the most interesting guy in the world. And so I have that's always one that gets me. Whereas you age a little bit and it's still like a rugged handsome, but it looks like there's wisdom behind it. Some lines in there.
I think you're talking about. It's possible you're talking about pores, because I had a friend in college named Sally.
Yeah.
And she was attracted to pores.
Huh.
And I was always like kind of confused by that. I'm like, what do you mean? It's like a man's got to have really good pores. I'm like, what does that mean? But I think I figured it out.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's kind of like what you just described. It's a bit like Sam Elliott.
Yes.
You know, there's some tan,
Yes.
rugged, leathery, manly type.
Yes. The
She described it as poor.
Yeah, it's like it's kind of the reason why like the Marlboro Man for a while before the whole death thing was viewed as an iconic figure. And that's different than the masculine because like what you're talking about is like the Henry Cavill guy. Like the dude that's Superman, like that guy's jaw is made of granite. Like that's a whole other like whoa. Like that's like you should be like a Navy SEAL when you have that sort of face.
I see him here.
Or like I think of
that is one hell of a jaw.
That's a hell of a jaw, right? Like that guy should be reading like the evening news to you, and like he talks like this, and it's Chet You Betcha.
Alan and Braden.
I have a powerful jawline.
Great to be here, Alan and Braden. Love the show.
But yes, as someone said, that the pores Sam Elliott has great old man wisdom face, and I am envious of old man wisdom face. And then you have like handsome baby face, where you're like, oh my god, that dude, like Timothy Chalamet right now. What do they call that? There's the
that was always Leo DiCaprio.
Yes,
I mean he's old now, but he had that.
Yeah, it's like and the women that may be the best face. Like the women will eat that up more than anything else. Just I don't know, it's the almost wholesome, but there's a little something behind it. The cute little guy face. Women, they can't get enough of that.
He's one of the rare like guys that have that face and that is young and famous, but still has a high approval rating with dudes.
Yeah.
Dudes like Timothy Chalamet. Most of the time,
Really?
that's like Justin Bieber. And dudes don't like Justin Bieber.
Well, because they're jealous because they're
Biebs?
like, because they'll be like,
Biebs come around.
I'm okay with the Biebs.
you'll get a guy and he sees that and he's like, that dude looks like a candy ass. But all the girls like him and they get all pissy. I got a buddy of mine who's bitter at this because you'll get like a Portland, it'll be like a Portland line cook, but he looks like that. And he dresses real hipster-like, and the dude's just swimming in skush. And he's like, how? And I'm like, look at that guy's face. He's a cute little guy, and the women can't get enough of it. Pete Davidson has a little bit of that. Like, Pete Davidson kind of looks like all kind of strung out, but he's very boyish looking, and it's kind of like the angular face, and women love it.
Right, but people, like, dudes don't hate Pete Davidson. Dudes, like, when I was, like, growing up, dudes hated Justin Bieber. Zac Efron had this before he messed up his face. But, like, Timothy Chalamet, guys like Timothy Chalamet. He's got a high approval rating.
Why is that? Like, I don't...
He knows ball. He seems like a pretty average dude. He's a big sports fan.
He knows ball.
He does. He's a certified ball knower,
He knows ball. Yeah, he goes on like College Game Day and does like the pick and stuff.
Well, I always see him wearing weird outfits like Harry Styles. He's trying to be Harry Styles. And
Harry
look,
Styles sucks.
No one. Whoa.
See, this goes.
Slow down.
This
Harry
goes back
Styles
to the
sucks.
jealousy
Harry Styles
thing
is the
of
man.
Harry Styles.
Harry Styles is not the
Harry
man.
Styles greater than Timothy Chalamet.
Yes.
Disagree.
Yeah, he is.
No way. Timothy Chalamet's like this generation's Leo. Harry Styles is just some pop star.
Boy, you couldn't be more wrong about
There's
that.
the jealousy thing.
Probably a little bit, but
See, for big
dudes don't like
goons
Harry Styles.
like Will, that's maybe the beauty of the Chalamet thing is. So for big goons, they hate all of the little cute guys, but somehow Chalamet has transcended that.
Leo did this too. Like Leo was a good-looking dude, but dudes
DiCaprio?
like Leo. Yeah, his age. Chalamet is the same thing.
We've talked about this, but my kicker at BYU went on to be a model, and he married a Playboy playmate. And nothing drove football players more insane. You know, you'd get some jacked linebacker, right? And we'd go out, and all the ladies wanted Owen Pochman. You can look him up. He had a Chalamet-esque look about him, and he was little. But he kind of had a punchable face, to be honest with you.
He looks like who was the dude that was married to Jessica Simpson that had the reality show? Nick Lachey.
Nick Lachey.
He looks like Nick Lachey.
Yes.
Am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong. And that guy got laid so much.
I can see it.
And it would just drive people insane.
Why?
because like
He's
I said,
good looking. Like,
no.
why would that?
So again, pitcher, you go out and the linebackers and the running backs and the receivers all think that, and the quarterback, all think that the women should go crazy of him because they're built like Greek gods. And then Owen was just like this little he's like wearing a puka shell necklace and he weighs like 135 pounds.
He looks tiny.
He is. He's very small. And when we'd go out to a club or we'd go out to a bar in Salt Lake, I promise you, the best looking girl at the bar always wanted him, and it pissed guys off. And that's the goon factor where people hate guys like Harry Styles, that Harry walks into a bar and he's 5'0" nothing, 100 and nothing, and you're like, I'm a man! You should want me! And they're like, yeah, cool. And then they go home with Harry Styles.
Did you know that Owen Pochman wrote a book titled I'm Just a Kicker?
Oh my God.
But I tell you, he dated Brandy Roderick?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Can I say it again? Wow.
Yeah. Dude, he ran in those circles for a while, and it was like, oh my God.
Wow.
Yeah, he had a good life. Maybe he still does have a good life. I don't know. I always thought he was a nice guy. But yeah, he was, it invoked a lot of rage when we would go out. The big goon is always bitter of the cute little guy. And the best thing you can do at that point is just wingman him and then hope that you pick up some of the scraps, like the wake that he kicks off. But even then, it's kind of depressing because sometimes you don't even get that. They're just bitter that they're not with him. And you're like, eh. And then you end up with like a shot putter or something. It's the life of the old lineman.
All right. I've got a Val Kilmer follow-up. I was reading about him today. Mm-hmm. Boy, there's something about him that I did not know.
Oh. Intriguing.
Yeah. I wonder if you know
this. Is it
this.
good or bad?
It's not good.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he was how about this? He was a complicated man.
Okay, that's a nice way of putting it.
Well, he just died.
How long do we have to wait before we can
Look, he
consult
was
him?
a complicated man.
Yeah. Okay, we'll get to that next on The Fan.
Check out the
Hey, you want to talk about a jawline? Val Kilmer.
Back in the day.
My God.
Yeah.
Yeah, then he got kind of fat.
Yeah.
And it, goes away. Yeah. Well, and then he had throat cancer.
Well, but it's always weird when you, male or female, when someone was really handsome and then, not everyone ages well. And then they go away for a while and they come back, you're like, whoa. Ew. Show up on a reality show. I remember that Kelly LeBrock, who was in Weird Science.
Yeah.
Yeah. She showed up on one of those reality shows once. Ew. You're like, Daisy Duke was another one. Did not age well. Happens.
Kelly LeBrock.
Yeah.
I mean,
Nick Nolte at one point was viewed as the most handsome man. People made him most handsome man in the world. Didn't age well.
Well, anyway.
Alec Baldwin swells and contracts a lot.
He just looks like he drinks like a fish.
Well, I'm sure he does. But young Alec Baldwin was dynamite.
Yeah, he has handsome features.
Yes.
But he's often bloated.
Yes.
From the drink.
I'm guessing yes. That guy, I would assume.
He has a reality show now. Did you know that?
No.
Him and his family. Yeah. Yeah.
I would assume.
He's got young kids, like little kids.
Yeah. Well, he got married to a younger lady, and now they've got, I think that's part of, wait till Bill is going to have another kid. I promise you.
Who?
Bill Belichick.
Oh, Belichick? Really?
Yeah. 72, guarantee she gets a kid out of that. You think she's sticking around for S's and giggles? You're going to blow a baby up in there, she's going to be set for life.
So anyway, I was reading about Val Kilmer, who passed away. Now, we did a whole Val Kilmer. We actually did 2 segments yesterday, so don't yell at us for
the greatness
talking
that
about
is Val Kilmer.
This and not his movies. We talked about his films yesterday. But I read that, and I did not know this. I knew he was a little weird.
Yeah.
But
he's a different cat.
They said that he refused treatment for cancer. So when he got throat cancer, apparently throat cancer is kind of a hard one because people will often ignore symptoms and then it's too late. And he ignored symptoms for a long time, apparently, because he doesn't believe in it.
Okay.
So when he got cancer, he refused to be treated for it.
He didn't think it was real?
He wanted to pray it away.
No.
Yes.
Really?
He's a Christian scientist.
Oh, I had no idea.
Yes. And so he wanted to get a Christian science leader of some sort and go and pray the cancer away.
And if you don't know, Christian Science people do not believe in modern medical treatment. Parents often get in trouble because their kid will get cancer or something.
So you didn't know he was a Christian Science guy?
I knew he was a little different. I did not know that he was a Christian Scientist. No, I did not know that.
So the only reason he got treatment, now he ended up going through chemo and radiation.
11 years of it. It was an ongoing thing.
And the only reason he did it was because his kids convinced him. His kids are not Christian Scientists, and they were like, Dad, you have to get this. Yeah. Cancer's killing you. He didn't believe that was true, but he did it for them. And then they said all the way till the end, first of all, he was not afraid of death. He's one of these guys who believes he's just moving on to the next plane.
Okay, I appreciate that.
So he didn't really fear it, but he always said that he wasn't dying of cancer. He was dying of the treatments of cancer.
Oh, maybe that's why the message was, because they put out a little thing yesterday saying that it wasn't the cancer that killed him. They said it was cancer-free. Maybe that was his family kind of putting some spin on it. Okay.
That's probably his terminology.
Sure. Yeah.
Because he didn't believe that cancer could kill him.
Yeah. Well,
dude. I mean, for someone so smart.
Yeah.
How does that? I don't get that.
Yeah, well,
you're gonna have to explain that to me.
Rob, there's a huge portion of our country that has decided that science isn't real. So, I mean, welcome to the world that we live in. We have more information at our fingertips than ever before, and I would make the argument that we are going backwards in the things that we're ignorant towards.
Well, I guess it's just the faith part. It's like, I just want to believe this. It makes me feel better. So and deep down, they know, right?
Well, I don't know. I mean, because there are people that go to their grave with this. There was, I told you there was a a kid in, I think it was in Texas, and the parents were immigrants, but the kid died of measles, and the two other kids both got him. One went to the hospital, and one, I think, had a milder case. And the parents went and did an interview for one of the anti-vax groups after their kid had died and said that they would change nothing and they do not regret in any way not vaccinating their kid. And they don't and they will never vaccinate either one of the other kids, even though their child just died and one was in the hospital. They literally filmed a commercial for an anti-vax group. You know, you can't.
Beliefs are beliefs.
Beliefs are beliefs, man.
Steve Jobs tried to treat his pancreatic cancer with coffee enemas and a vegan diet.
Yeah.
Is that true? I don't know much about Steve Jobs.
I know Steve McQueen died of cancer, and he tried to do some other treatments. And I mean, my God, I saw it wasn't too long ago. Mel Gibson was on the Joe Rogan show, and Mel Gibson was claiming that he knew a bunch of people that had cured their cancer with ivermectin and some other combination of things, and they're claiming that, you know, they have the cure to cancer. There's all kinds of this stuff, and it's problematic because once you believe and once you get people that you trust and they tell you something, it's hard to convince people otherwise, no matter what sort of evidence you put in front of them. Trust me, man. I grew up in a church that, you know, it's nothing like this, you know, where they believe in modern medicine and all that. But I mean, I grew up around some people that it didn't matter what you put before them, they weren't going to change an opinion. I mean, faith is a very weird thing.
So they're saying Val was a heavy smoker. I was asking that yesterday. That's probably why he got the throat cancer.
Yeah.
And yes, Christian scientists don't believe in modern medicine.
No.
Or medicine.
Yeah. Which is just stunning to me.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
like, how do you get to that place?
Well, if you're raised by the time you're little and they just tell you one thing over and over again, I mean...
Well, that happens all the time.
That happens all the time.
And people are like, yeah, not necessarily buying that.
I mean, a lot of people eventually come around, but some people don't. And I think it's honestly, it's one of those things that, I mean, I had a little bit of this. I left the church completely when I was, I mean, gosh, what was that? 17, 16 years ago, something like that. And even though, you know, shocking, I wasn't much of a practicing Mormon for a number of years, it's hard to leave something that you were raised in. I mean, even if you don't really believe much in it and you don't really practice much of it, when you're raised in something and your family is in it and your friends are in it and your community's in it, it's really hard to officially tell something, no, I'm not doing any of this. And I think there's varying degrees of that for anybody that was raised with any sort of core values or beliefs. And I think some people just take it a little farther than others. But you would think something like cancer would be a slap in the face and would wake you up, but you know, it apparently not. Although it sounds like he eventually did it.
Well, he got treatment, but he believed that the treatment is what killed him. That's how crazy he was.
Yeah. It's tough, man. But we're not going, I mean, and I'm guessing that's not going to get talked about because, you know.
Well, it doesn't matter now.
It doesn't matter now.
But he probably could have prolonged his life. Same as Steve Jobs.
Yes.
I mean, these guys cost themselves years. Maybe they don't care about that.
Well,
but
ultimately, that's their, you know, that's the one that really bugs me. Hey, dude, if you think coffee enemas and a vegan diet are going to cure your cancer, dude, I don't
get it.
I don't care what anyone does. You got your own choice, man. 'Cause I'm not certain that I got the way, you know, my life figured out. So you do you, I do, you know, I'll do me.
You do you, I do you.
But what I don't like is the kid stuff. That's the part that bothers me, is when you refuse medical treatment for your kid, and then ultimately the fact that you're passing those beliefs on to your kid, it's insane. I mean, think about that. If Val Kilmer's parents raised him like that, you can make the argument that Val Kilmer's parents dug his own grave, and they dug it when he was 8, 9 years old.
Yeah, but see, I buy that some, but I don't really, because people oftentimes grow out of it.
Yeah.
It's not an excuse. Just because you were taught something doesn't mean you can't evolve and grow past it.
Sure.
His kids didn't believe it.
No.
His kids were like, dude, you got to go get treatment.
Yeah.
And to his credit, he did for his
Eventually.
for his kids, but
Yeah.
it was too late.
Yeah.
Well, he had been treated for cancer for 10 years.
Yeah, for
but
many, many years.
They said he was bedridden for the last 3 years.
But once your cancer spreads,
Yeah,
you're done.
right.
I mean, there's a really good book called Outlive out there where, I mean, they talk about that, but it's like the dirty secret. But once your cancer spreads, you're gonna die. It's just a matter of time. So, if you wait long enough and your cancer, that's what they said. The whole point of cancer is all about, can you catch it early before it spreads? If you catch it early enough, you can fight it. Once it spreads to somewhere, all you're doing is delaying the inevitable. So I'll tell you what, if you do think that the coffee enema and prayer is going to cure your cancer,
Well, I got
you better hope real fast that does it.
Newsflash, neither worked.
No.
Steve Jobs died very young.
Yeah.
And Val was only 65.
And I guess that's the crappy part, is by the time you get to the point where you tell modern medicine, please come save me, it's, it can't.
Who will be cast as young James Bond? Next, here's Will.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
First on The Fan, your Portland Trailblazers are up by 9 over the Raptors in Toronto. That game's 94-85. Right now, Shaden Sharp's got 29 points. He's on 30 watch. Denny Adby is right behind him. He's got 26 points, has a double-double, 14 rebounds. Donovan Klingen's one basket away from a double-double as well. He's got 8 points and 13 boards. Over in the MLB, the Mariners are getting the day off. They're traveling south to the Bay Area, taking on the Giants tomorrow. Early day game for that one. First pitch is scheduled for 1:35. In college basketball, Auburn will be with their star big man, Janai Broom. He's going to be ready to go. No limitations on Saturday when the Tigers take on the Florida Gators. Broom suffered an elbow injury on Sunday against Michigan State. Had to leave the game. When he returned to the floor, had a sleeve on his right elbow. Good thing he's a lefty. More sports stores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Will Ortner from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
It's The Fan on FM.
The other thing I was thinking when we were talking about the, why people, the cancer thing, like Christian Scientists and refusing treatments and going with vegan diets and enemas, made me think about that, the Netflix documentary about remember that Australian influencer that was lying about having cancer, and she said she was treating it with her, the cookbook and all that.
I don't remember that.
You don't remember that? We were talking about that. There was
on the show.
On the show, you may have been gone. Maybe it was me and Buckley. It's really jarring. It's on Netflix, and it's this young gal. She's in Australia, and she blew up. She was on like Dr. Phil and like Good Morning America, all this stuff, and she was a really healthy looking gal who claimed that she had these horrible cancers, right? And she had she did these vegan cookbooks, and she did all this alternative medicine stuff, and she gained this massive following. I think it was like Harper Books or whatever, gave her like the largest advance ever for a cookbook, and she became this internet sensation, and all these cancer people followed her and were following her advice. She's like, I won't do chemo, all this, and turns out she lied. She never had cancer.
Ugh.
She made the whole thing up.
Jessica Ainscough.
Yeah, she made the whole thing up. She never had cancer. And I remember watching this thing, and I was so pissed because there were people that literally were dying of cancer and were taking this absolute horse crap advice that if you eat blueberries and meditate, your cancer goes away. And it was infuriating to watch this dumb bitch lie to people that was costing people precious weeks, months, maybe years of their life. And I was watching this and I was thinking, how can you be that dumb to fall into that? But I also think not only if you raised a certain way, I'm not certain that we can adequately talk about how scary it is when you get told that you're gonna die or that there's potential you're going to die. Luckily, I've never obviously had that for myself, but having been around people that get death diagnosis, I was there when they told my dad, nothing we can do, your cancer spread. I've watched other family members go through this, and I'm guessing that is such an absolute terrifying moment in your life when you get told, hey, you're up against it. I'm guessing that probably puts you in the most vulnerable state you've ever been in, and you will grab on to any lifeline, no matter how dumb and silly it is, which is also why these quacks that do this crap, hopefully there's a special place in hell for them, because that's all you're doing. You're preying on someone at their most vulnerable.
They called her the wellness warrior?
Yeah.
Is that who it was?
I think that's who it was.
It maybe not, because this says she did have cancer.
No, this lady never had cancer.
Okay, because she died. This woman died.
No.
She was 29.
Then that's not the same person.
Okay.
But
she was Australian.
There's a documentary on her, and she literally made up having like 3 different types of cancer. And it went on for several years. And like I said, she did all of these big interviews with all of this national media in Australia and in America, and millions of followers. Started on Instagram. Shocking.
Belle Gibson. There it is.
Is that who it is?
The influencer who lied about having cancer.
Bingo.
Cancer.
And they had these women, and it was mostly women, who actually had cancer, and they were like, I am so embarrassed that I bought into this. But, here are these women that get told they have cancer, that they're battling for their lives, and they all said the same thing. I looked at this woman, and she looked so healthy, and she looked so vibrant while she was battling this awful disease, and they thought, well, I want that. Whereas every other doctor is telling you, hey, by the way, this is going to be a grind, and the treatment is, punishingly awful, right? As you said, the treatment's killing you. And the idea is that hopefully it kills your cancer before it kills you, and then someone else comes along and says, hey, I've got a different alternative. I just don't know if there's ever a more vulnerable state you can be in than when you get told that you have cancer and that you could die.
So we've got did you know that Amazon bought the James Bond?
The rights to it?
Yeah, what do you call it? Like the catalog or whatever?
Yeah.
The franchise.
Sure.
The James Bond franchise.
I did not.
Amazon owns that now. And somebody revealed recently, an actor who knows a thing or two, Daniel Mays, I don't know who he is, but he was on a podcast recently and said that they're working on a new James Bond.
Yeah, because Daniel Craig was the last James Bond, and he is done. He died in the last film and said, I'm not doing it anymore. So.
Yeah, so it's set in the 50s and 60s, so they would have to cast the youngest ever James Bond. in a prequel set.
Why couldn't you just cast an old James Bond and have him be 45 years old in 1950?
Wait, what?
Well, again, there's been various James Bonds, and they don't follow.
Yeah, like Daniel Craig was way younger than.
Yeah, than Sean Connery.
Sean
when
Connery.
He, so why would you have to cast a young James Bond? You could still cast a 50-year-old man to be James Bond. You would just put a 50-year-old man in 1950. Doesn't quite. Unless you're trying to say, the whole point of the movie is you're showing the origin story of James Bond, like when he was a first-year
Well, I
age.
think that's what he's saying. He said, well-connected Line of Duty star Daniel Mays said on yesterday's We're Not Getting Any Younger podcast, I heard a rumor they're going to cast someone very young and go back to the origins. They're going to have all the retro cars and all that sort of stuff and start again. I think that would be kind of cool. Actors thought to be in the running to play young James Bond.
Timothy Chalamet.
He's not on the list. He's a little too dainty.
He doesn't have the rugged manliness to be the new James Bond.
You've got Spider-Man star Tom Holland.
Let's see, except he's like 5'1". He's
Well,
tiny.
Daniel Craig's short, isn't he?
Is he? I don't think so.
I think he is.
Really? Daniel Craig always seems like that's a man's man.
Now, this guy gets my vote. Well, after these guys I had to look up. I don't know who they are.
Yeah.
This guy, I didn't know his name, but I looked him up. He was in White Lotus.
Mm-hmm.
He was the dude who Jennifer Coolidge's assistant was running off with, the bad boy guy.
Yeah, the bad boy guy.
His name is Leo Woodall. He would be great.
I remember him. Oh, okay.
They're talking about him.
Yeah, he is ruggedly handsome.
They're talking about Connor Swindells, who is... Yeah, I actually don't know who that is. But I see a picture of him.
He's an actor/model. What has he been in?
And then...
He was in Barbie.
Where'd it go?
Yeah, I'm out on him.
Yeah, he's out.
Go away.
For me, too. Kit Connor.
That sounds familiar to me.
And he's only 21 years old. And then some guy named Finns Tiffin, who does... He looks like a villain more than he does James Bond, but... And I never...
Finns Tiffin?
Yeah. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but that's his name.
That's his... Huh.
Yeah. He looks... I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
My money's on
Woodall?
Leo Woodall, dude. That'd be a great young James Bond.
See, this terrifies me because we got a proven method with James Bond. James Bond, I'm afraid that they're going to Disney up James Bond.
Well, they will.
They're going to make him young. They're going to make him very, very politically correct. The whole point of James Bond is he's like the ultimate super spy. I hope they don't. I hope they don't modernize James. Let James Bond be James Bond. Every now and then, it's just good to have a manly figure that smokes. He gets the girl. He drives the fast car, and he's in casinos and wears a tux. Let us have that.
Yeah, somebody said, what if it's him learning from his mistakes, like blowing up the wrong thing and getting turned down by Hots?
Whoops. Well, they did that. The Kingsman, that guy, he kind of played a young James Bond. That was kind of the whole premise upon those movies. The Kingsman was a guy becoming a James Bond-like superhero. I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm old, but I think I would rather see, I want Idris Elba to be the new James Bond. One would piss people off because he's black, and then we yell about James Bond can't be black, and those people were dumb. But Idris Elba, that Bond has a regal sort of presence about it. How are you going to do that when you're 21 years old? I find that to be weird.
Hey, we have a new Guy Ritchie show that's out.
I do like Guy Ritchie. Speaking of someone that should direct James Bond, do a Guy Ritchie.
Dude, Guy Ritchie, anything he does to me, I'm in.
Yeah.
It's just instant.
He did a really nice, he did the TV version of The Gentleman. And that guy
was good.
That guy could be James. You know who should be James Bond is Charlie Hunnam.
Who's that?
He was in the movie version of The Gentleman. And he's a British guy. He was in Sons of Anarchy.
Oh, there you go.
Can't act a whole lot, but he's got the look.
Handsome fella.
He's a handsome fella. He played the main henchman in the movie of The Gentleman.
Yeah, the new Guy Ritchie show is on, I think it's on Paramount Plus.
Mhm.
There's only one episode out. It comes out every Sunday. But the first episode was really good. It's called Mobland.
I've seen the previews for that. And,
You need to watch that.
Tom Hardy's in that.
Yes.
Speaking of someone that could be James Bond,
Yeah, Tom Hardy.
I give you Tom Hardy.
Tom Hardy. I think they said this is Tom Hardy and Guy Ritchie's last project together.
Really?
And Pierce Brosnan is in it. I mean, it is. The first episode is mega promising.
Yeah, I didn't know it was out yet, but I saw the previews for it and instantly was like, I want to do that. And isn't Travolta in it too?
John Travolta?
I think John Travolta's in it.
He's not in the first episode.
He's not in the first one?
But he may be in it
Okay.
later in the series.
I think Travolta is supposed to be in that, but I could be wrong. Again, because all I've seen is the preview. And we're talking about James Bond. Pierce Brosnan. Great James Bond.
Yeah. Should watch that.
Helen Mirren's in this?
Yeah, she's in there. She's Pierce's wife.
I like where we're going with this. All right, you wrote me in.
I can't see her in any other role now than 1923, and it pisses me off.
It's got you stuck.
Yeah, I am kind of stuck on her because of that.
Yeah.
Because I'm still watching 1923.
Yeah, so you can't,
the new season.
You can't see it any other way.
Yeah, so she can't just now all of a sudden be this. Yeah, she's from 1923. That's not.
Yeah. I felt that way about Daniel Craig. Because I love his Bond, and it was hard for me to see him in anything other than James Bond. And it was the Knives Out that actually kind of was like, oh, all right, he can do something different. But every time I see him, I just instantly am like, well, you're James Bond. Just be James Bond. I don't think actors like that. If you're going to get typecast in one thing, though, you can do a lot worse than being James Bond.
Yeah, they're saying Hardy and Guy Ritchie haven't worked together since Rock and Rolla, which was 17 years ago. And Hardy's kind of plump now, but still a great actor.
Love me some Tom Hardy.
He was in. F.
F. That was the movie. Recent, long time ago. What
The
are you talking about?
show, Peaky Blinders. Tom Hardy. Wasn't he?
Tom Hardy was in.
Yeah, wasn't he
Yes.
the Irish?
Yeah, he's the
Yes.
Jewish.
The Jewish guy.
gangster.
Jewish
Yeah.
guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
He
took
was
me a
great.
second. I was like, wait, he was in that?
Well, you could never really see his face. They
Yeah.
didn't really show it
Yeah,
all that well.
Yeah, he played the Jewish guy.
He was great in that.
He was in The Bike Riders recently, which is a good movie you should check out.
Peaky Blinders.
Yeah, he's just Tom Hardy's greatness. I'm one of those, like, if Tom Hardy's in something, I'm gonna give that a spin. He's a guy that will get me to tune in.
All right, guys. That is all the damage we can do for one day.
Oh, we can do more.
All right.
We
We'll
can
wrap it
offend-
up
We can offend someone
next on The Fan.
The home of
For the record, Daniel Craig, 5'10".
Okay.
So he's
Which
not.
probably means he's 5'8". So.
He's not that short. I thought he was him, just little guy.
Yeah. Well, Tom Holland's a little guy, but I look.
Tom Holland?
Yeah, he's the guy that you were saying could be rumored to be the James Bond. He's Spider-Man, and he's little. Like, he looks tiny. He's with that. He's married to or dating Zendaya, and she like towers over him.
He looks a little too goofy
Yeah.
to be James Bond.
It's a little fella.
Need a little more ruggedness out of my JB.
That's what I'm saying. I just don't want them to redo James Bond. Anytime modern film or TV gets a hold of an iconic character that's is supposed to be like a manly guy, they always end up cutting his balls off. I'm half surprised that James Bond isn't going to be a girl. They're like, all right, guys, new idea here. James Bond, but a woman.
Them, they. James Bond's new pronouns. Don't call me James.
Man, I'm all for modernizing things, but God, sometimes just leave James Bond. Leave James Bond alone.
Well, now I read a story where the producer says that the next one will be in his 30s. Those guys we were talking about were all in their 20s.
Yeah.
So now the producer's saying maybe a little older.
Yeah. Well, you would think that, like, with as many of these flops as they've had, maybe someone in Hollywood might figure out that people aren't really interested in that. Maybe.
Interested in what?
Well, the retelling in much worse ways of these movies. Like, they remade Snow White recently, a live-action Snow White, and it's just bombing. And, like, the lady that was Snow White came out and was like, well, Snow White is... she basically crapped all over the original Snow White, and then they weren't going to have dwarves because dwarves were apparently an offensive term. So they were going to see that. So then they were going to make it where they were normal-sized people, and then they CGI'd it, and they just... You're like, I get it. It's an old-fashioned... It's from the 1930s. It's going to be old-fashioned. But they turned it into, like, Snow White doesn't need saving. Snow White's going to be the hero of the story and a strong, powerful woman.
It's like Barbie.
You're like,
It's all about the women.
Again, not every movie has to be a commentary.
Yes, it does.
On the modern state of society. Just every now and then, just make an entertaining movie. It's like in every movie now. I kid you not. No matter what it is, every movie has to be saved by either a very strong, powerful woman or an 8-year-old kid.
Tell you what, you know who just makes entertaining crap? Guy Ritchie.
Guy Ritchie. Yes.
It's the same formula, and it's wonderful.
And it works.
And he gets great actors.
Yes. Really entertaining.
All right. Andrew Nemec is coming up next. I see him in there.
Talking some Putin.
He has his shirt off, which is kind of weird. But
kind of odd.
Hey, yeah. I mean, I don't know. Check him out on YouTube. We're back tomorrow, 3/7 The Fan. Good night.